gifted. Well, what a day. What an interesting day I've had. What an interesting couple of days I've had. Quite interesting. I hope you happy people are doing fantastic today. Despite the world burning right around you. I hope you're doing fantastic. And if you're not, well, I hope for better days for you. That's what I hope. I mean, after all, who doesn't want better days, right? Don't we all? It's going to be an interesting day. We're going to have some conversations about Starfield. Yeah, that's right. I said it. Starfield. Because I think Starfield is awesome, and I'm going to be, as bad of a gamer as I am, a Starfield gamer. Judge me. I don't care. I do care, but still, I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do it anyway. But I am quite curious, like, I wonder what is going on with Starfield today, because there is going to be, the Gamescom has some things happening. Oh my gosh, people. Gamescom has some things happening today related to Starfield, and I am very curious. I don't know if you are, but I gotta find out. What's the deal? What is the deal? Because I really like Starfield. I mean, the game is gonna be one of the biggest games of the year, guaranteed. Probably one of the biggest games of at least a century, or maybe only half century. I don't know, but it's gonna be big. I mean, the reviewers have gotten. It's gotten to the point where the reviewers are like, "Oh, we can't talk about." There's an embargo on how they feel about the game. They can't talk about it. But man, the game looks fun. I mean, there's 250 plus lines of dialogue, which is probably my favorite part of the entire game. That would be the dialogue, because if you're going to be flying through an empty space with a bunch of people on your spaceship, you want to, does it really want it to be quiet like the whole time? You don't want like nothing? You don't want to hear, you don't want to have no friends or like have a conversation. Maybe you want to talk about a planet that you guys visited that you liked. You just want to just silently fly through space shooting people. Doesn't sound like a lot of fun in a video game. Star Citizen, trash. It's an awesome concept. As a matter of fact, I think it's one of the coolest concepts. But really, I mean, you're not doing anything. You're just flying through space looking for resources, probably for a countless amount of hours. And there's little to no reward for the most part. Starfield promises something a lot more than that. And I look forward to that promise. I hope they live up to it, you know? I really hope they live up to it. Yeah. But I think they are, because everybody who's played Starfield, man, they're holding their tongue. I see them holding their tongue. They don't want to say, but they know it's good. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. Let's talk about Starfield for a second until we get some people on here, and then we can talk about aliens or whatever you want to talk about. I'm here to talk about whatever you want to talk about, guys. I don't even look. Tried to silence me over the week. I refuse to be silenced, but I will accommodate your sensitivities. I will do my best. Now, yeah, Starfield is gonna be awesome. So, what's up, Gamescom? What's poppin'? Show me your goods, because I want to see them. Open that trench coat up. Let me see all them dangling things, and let me choose. Allow me to make my purchase mistakes. Or something to that effect. Where is the, there's nothing on Starfield? Man, I gotta go through the whole 3 hours. Oh my gosh. Hold up. We're gonna skip past this crap. Okay, so it was 2 hours long. And they talked a lot about what? Whoops. Did I skip the good stuff? Yeah, I did.
You're playing it almost press.
Starfield, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Starfield, so Starfield's first. Diablo 4 is next. Nobody wants to see that. I don't know what ID at Xbox is. I'm guessing that's going to be some Xbox news. I don't know. 33 Immortals. Looks kind of cool. That's kind of... Okay, we're just going to watch the first one and the last one. I want to know. I just want to... Skip that.
Hello from Germany and welcome to the biggest gaming convention in the world from the largest Xbox booth in Gamescom history.
That's right, Maxi. More than 45,000 square feet, 39 titles, 150 gaming stations, and 3 massive theaters. This epicenter of gaming is our home for the next 3 days as we catch up with some of the minds behind the most anticipated titles.
Plus, we'll take you on the floor as fans from around the world get their hands on the newest games, expansions, and updates coming to Xbox and PC.
And today we will hang out with Todd Howard and Pete Hines of Bethesda to talk about Starfield.
And head of Xbox Phil Spencer pulls back the curtain on his Gamescom experience with a live interview right here on the Xbox booth stage.
And Rod Ferguson from Blizzard gives us all the hot takes on Diablo 4. And we're also celebrating a big birthday for ID at Xbox. It was announced 10 years ago at Gamescom.
Plus, we've got gameplay demos from games like Age of Empires 4 Anniversary Edition, which, in case you missed it, just last night had a massive shadow drop onto console.
That's right, yesterday's opening night live was epic, so if you didn't see it live, don't worry, let us quickly bring you up to speed on the Xbox.
Everybody that does these things, they sound like this lady. Where are they from? Where is that from?
But, you know, it's not just that. It's, hey, we've got wraps for your Xbox console, you know, something Xbox has never offered, that look really great. You know, we've released a bunch of new wallpapers, desktop wallpapers and phone wallpapers.
What's he talking about? I don't need desktop and phone wallpapers. Who would do that? Who would download a Starfield wallpaper? Who would do that? I mean, what kind of a freaking nerd would do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of a nerd would do that? Really? Get out of here. Get a life.
Wallpapers that have been made, like, we are now in the point, I said last night to the folks after dinner, like, there is no emergency brake anymore on this launch, folks. Like, we're a go whether we're ready or not. So everybody, like, make sure your seatbelt is fastened because this is happening and it's, you know, there are very few chances. Todd and I try and reinforce this to our respective teams as much as we can. You don't get many opportunities at a game like this. Games of any kind, you know, is a finite number for anybody in development or publishing. But for something like this, for as special as it is, for as long as I've been here and to see what these different launches are, you can tell when something special is happening. And I think Starfield is that. And, you know, I really have tried to emphasize to our teams, like, amidst all of the hard work, like, please find time to enjoy this because you never know when you get another chance to be a part of something as special as this.
Talking about the stewardship that you and Todd have over this team to bring something like Starfield to players out there, and it often gets described as, oh, it's an open world game. but that feels like a bit of a disservice because it's not just the one world, it's thousands that we can explore and just sprawling open world experience across like a real good portion of the galaxy. I mean, what is it like to actually have to lead a team on such an endeavor as that, where it's grand scale that we've seen and all the detail as well?
Yeah, I mean, you know, as you all have seen, as you've watched how we've talked about Starfield, it really required us to push ourselves in terms of how do you get the rest of the world to wrap its head around a game of this size and scope. I mean, it is literally, it feels when you're playing it almost like there are a bunch of different games inside of one game, and I get to decide how much time I want to spend in a way that you haven't really seen in a Fallout.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be spending a stupid amount of time looking at these planets. Okay, we are.
Or Skyrim, I mean, those things are still, you know, oh, I can spend all my time just picking flowers in the Elder Scrolls. Like, yes, you can, but it doesn't feel as wholly different as like the entire space game that exists, the entire live on a planet, just like the freeform exploration, the combat, the which factions taking sides, the player. It's just amazing to see it all, how it all comes together. But explaining that to folks in a way that is digestible. You know, it's how you end up with something like Starfield Direct, which, I mean, it's basically a feature film that we created just to explain to folks and to talk to folks about, not just explain what the game is, but do it in a way that I just thought was really authentic, and hearing from the people making it, how they think about both creating it, how they think about playing it, and seeing the way that resonated with players, I think was really special.
One thing that really grabs me, I think, is the love that's being poured into like Radiant Quest systems and just allowing those new and unique experiences for people to have, no matter where they are in the galaxy, whether they are just flying around in space, whether they are out there just maybe mining some rocks or looking at new fauna, flora, etc. It's a really cool way to involve them in new stories that they perhaps weren't searching for, but now they're being like collided into, and it's just juicy. You want to dive.
And then because we made an irresponsibly large game, we take it to another level that I think, and this is one of the things I'm looking for. We've seen it ourselves. Like, I was just talking to a couple of folks from our Benelux office who were like, you know, they've both played, you know, about the same amount of time, like, you know, 40 hours or 60 hours, but their experiences were like, we didn't do any of the same things at all, like not even close. And just with that, and then the whole like locations aren't the same for every person. Like what you and I find going to explore this planet, I can't just tell you, you should go here and land here and find this. Like, yeah, that might not be there for you. Like, you get to find and have an experience that truly feels like your own in a way that I think folks are going to really enjoy and appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, we got a little bite of that in the Starfield Direct, like you mentioned. I mean, Jamie Mallory literally coming out and saying, oh, well, hold my sandwich, I'm grabbing them all here. And it's just, it does speak to that unique way that every player can tackle whatever situation they do come across, or even just back down to character creation. And that's that jumping off point of deciding, here's what I'm going to start off as. I have no idea where that journey is going to take me and how it might change me as a player, me as a character in this game. And it's all really fascinating. But what are the sorts of way that you tend to play it? I mean, I know you've poured in some time now, but
well, look, when we're in this phase and like leading up, I don't play like I would. Like, I don't play like I'm about to when I get back home. Where like, okay, now I'm going to start like this is Pete's
you got a job to do right now.
Up to this point, it's been Bethesda's character, and sort of the way I've approached it is sort of testing. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been interacting with our players playing Bethesda Game Studio stuff for a long time, so we know how they think. And I talked to Jamie after E3, and she's like, I don't get this. Like, why is this such a thing? And I said, Jamie, what you did is you tapped into the silliness factor that like you sort of tend to forget. Like, you talk about Starfield, and but it's still fun. Like, it's supposed to be about fun, and you put your finger sort of right on the pulse of the kind of nonsense that our players love to get up to, because we make a game that is about freedom, right? Like, we embrace chaos. We give players more freedom than I think in a game like this than people really dare to in their games. Like, that's part of what makes Starfield special. And look, that creates situations that we have to do a lot of work to make sure, like, this doesn't break, this doesn't create problems. But
they're gonna break it.
Payoff for that, and like what players are allowed to do. Like, wait, I can do this? Like, I can spend all my time doing something as ridiculous as this? Yeah.
Like stealing sandwiches from unsuspected space travelers.
Like, if that's what you want the game to be about, that's what you should do. But we want you to go and push and try all of the different ways, because it's really not about like our story or how we want you to play. It's about how you want to play. So when I play, I spend time, like, I'm going to spend a week and not land on a planet. Like, what's it like to just be in outer space, spend all my time in outer space, landing on star stations, derelict ships, doing all this stuff, and then I'll be like,
Listen, he just said I'm going to spend a week doing that. Do you have any idea what that suggests in terms of time investment and like scale of game? If you can spend an entire week, I'm just going to willy-nilly spend a week doing this one thing. First of all, there are over 1,000 planets, 100 of which will have life and, I guess, more handcrafted content on them. And to believe that all of that, it's going to take us... This is a game that you can play for like years and years and years. This isn't a 100-hour game. This is a multi-thousand-hour video game.
Like, okay, now I'm going to go land in this city, and I want to see how long I can spend not leaving this city. Like, how many factions can I find? How many quests can I do? And I'll get to decision points where it's like, look, you're about to, like, you have to pick a side here, and I'll make a save, and like, I'm going to play this way, and I'm going to go 2 hours down the road just to see, like, how does that feel? And then rewind and play it 2 hours the other direction, just because I want to know, like, what should our players expect? How does this, and just trying to do that in as many ways as possible. Just land on a random planet and just start walking. Like, what's this like? How fun is this? And the more of it you do, the more you find like there's 1,000 hours in this version of the game alone. Like, if you don't even touch it, it's crazy. And like, my one piece of advice to folks is, do not ignore your activities. Like, that's almost, it feels like throwaway stuff that the game is giving you. Like, there is some amazing stuff in there that doesn't even feel like a real quest, but like will take you to some amazing places.
I'm doing it. I'm 100%ing everything that I can, because I'm not the best gamer.
Stories. We encourage you to play this like any BGS game, which is like, do what you want, go where you want, test the game, you know, be the kind of player, the kind of person you want to be in this world, and see what happens.
I get chills thinking about what I'm going to get up to.
It's going to be a lot. We cannot wait to see all the stories and how people choose to express themselves in this game. It's going to be amazing.
I got one more question I just have to ask you.
Okay.
I know you're a fan, but are Arsenal going to win the league?
Yes.
You heard it here. Thanks again, Pete.
Believe.
Remember, though, you guys can play Starfield day and date on Xbox Game Pass and PC Game Pass starting September 6th. But if you can't wait...
Ladies and gentlemen, thank the Unicorn. We will be playing this on September 1st, early access. I couldn't do it, obviously. I'm the loser in the relationship right now, obviously.
That long like me, early access is going to kick off on August the 31st.
See you soon, brother. Thanks for being here in the first place. I'm glad you're here anyway.
First with the Digital Premium Edition, Digital Premium
We love you, bro.
Upgrade, or the Constellation Edition. But coming up, we've got Blizzard here to talk Diablo 4. We're celebrating 10 years of ID at Xbox titles.
No, I'm not watching anything for Diablo 4. No. I refuse. On air. That's a waste of time, y'all. Anyway, what's up, y'all? How's everybody doing? I'm ready to get this conversation. If you guys are ready to get the conversation on. If you guys want to jump on, let's talk about a techno-terrestrial possibility. Jeremy Corbell recently mentioned that one of his favorite theories about the non-human intelligences is a techno-terrestrial perspective. Listen, you guys have got me curious now, because there's a lot of other possibilities besides interdimensional, demonic, fallen angels, sky gods. There's also techno-terrestrials, which is the possibility. What if, and I'm just going to say this real quick, just an initial like a possibility here. What if they're the ones that gave us all this technology because they are so technologically advanced? They are technology. They're transhumanist, right? And they want us to be like them. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Now, on the one hand, they don't want us to blow ourselves up, obviously, because they keep telling us, stop using nuclear weapons, dummies. On the other hand, we got their spacecraft. We've according to the book Day After Roswell, we have used some of the technology to enhance our own through somewhat of a reverse engineering program, whatever we could possibly gather from that. And we've implemented that into our society in many different ways, including Velcro. What if they want that? What if they want us to be like them? What if they're just an advanced, technologically advanced, super technologically advanced, artificially intelligent, beyond your quantum computing, beyond your imagination, freaking intelligence that wants us to be just like them? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, because yeah, I want to, guys, listen. Okay, so real quick, now that I've posited that theory, let's talk a little bit more about Starfield. I'm so sorry. Like, there's 40 plus minutes of gameplay of Starfield on the interwebs somewhere. Maybe YouTube. Maybe I watched it, and I am salivating. Maybe I am. I would be if I watched it. I'm just saying, if I did, I would definitely be salivating about it if I did. My gosh, I mean, man, yeah. Starfield's going to be awesome. It's going to be an epic game. It's going to be the game of the year, for sure. There is no doubt in my mind that it will be a game of the year kind of game. There's just no doubt. There's no doubt. You know? Yeah, it's gonna be massive. Plus, it's gonna have so much support. It's got the backing of Xbox. They say it's Bethesda's least buggy game that they've ever made. Well, that's not saying a lot. It's like having an ex-girlfriend that literally just cheats on you with everybody. The whole football team, basketball team, soccer team, volleyball team, volleyball team, and then you get a new girlfriend and she only cheats on you with the football team. Yeah, of course. Okay. Is it? She's not as. This is the best girlfriend you've ever had. Not a very high bar, right? Right. Not a very high bar. So, but I'm hoping that this is. I'm hoping. Look. The Armenian's gonna have a headache from this conversation. I'm hoping that this is going to be, you know, not just the least buggy, but like actually good. The Matrix. I'm posting the link in the Discord for you wonderful folks to join. Alright? If you'd like to join in, chat about some things, hit your boy up. We'll talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go on Insta. I'm gonna give Peanut a chance if she wants to come on. Peanut, if you'd like to, you can. You do not have to. This isn't a job for you. This is literally my job. I'm not kidding. This is literally my job until I'm forced to get a part-time job because I can't, because I'm still a loser here too. But I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter too. I fight for what I want to do with my life. I believe in myself. Even when no one else believes in me, I believe in myself. Dadgummit. Yeah. So let's talk about it. Take your time, Peanut. Take your time. Yeah, man. I hear someone on the Zoom link. Somebody's an early bird.
Hello.
There we go, karaoke. Hello.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm good, karaoke. How you doing over the pond?
Well, I'm fine, y'all.
Let me bring your face up, man. People are gonna want to see you. That's awesome. I'm fine, y'all. That's
they
great.
Don't want to see me.
Yeah, they do, man. They want to see your face.
So you're talking techno-terrestrial, are you today?
Yes, sir. Techno-terrestrial. Gary. So recently, let me pause this music because I'm gonna be slaughtering some dinosaurs. Jeremy Corbell mentioned that it's one of his favorite theories when he spoke to Chris Cuomo. Remember that interview that was sent in Discord with Chris Cuomo? I think the Armenian sent it. Well, techno-terrestrial was one of his favorite ones. The idea that there's somehow, I mean, first of all, who built these things, right? There's some kind of advanced artificial intelligence that created, that is the aliens, and that they're the ones that are visiting our planet, and they're just AI. They're just really advanced AI.
I bet he's into. I bet he's a rocker. I bet he's like into metal, heavy metal, and all of that. Because, you know, they got like 200 different types of metal now, like death metal, trash metal, blah blah.
Yeah.
It seems like that's the way we're going with extraterrestrials now. Where everyone said, "Oh, they're techno-terrestrial, they're extraterrestrial." We're gonna have extraterrestrial, ultimate extraterrestrial next.
Yeah, I mean,
you know. He strikes me as this guy. He's going to come out with a different name every week for different types of extraterrestrials.
You think he's doing that on purpose, though, or do you think it's like that he's like genuinely considering all these different possibilities?
Well, do you know what my skeptical ass says straight away?
What's up?
Techno-terrestrial means to me, if that word you hate so much goes ahead, Project Bluebeam, anything like that, and us skeptics amongst us go, that's rubbish, that's a hologram, that's not real, then him and his mates or somebody can go, but they're techno-terrestrial.
Right.
It's like you won't actually see, but they can present what you want them to see, and so you may not think it's real, but it is, and blah blah blah. So I don't know. What else could techno-terrestrial mean?
So, first of all, what's up, the Armenian? And also, Midwest Terrestrial. Midwest Terrestrial is another one. Midwest Terrestrial. I see you in there, fam. Yeah, man, what's up, man? What's up? How you doing, brother?
How you doing? All right.
Freaking fantastic.
What's going on, Gary?
The Armenian, how are you, mate?
Oh, brother. How are you?
So you had to take some Advil. What's that, like paracetamol or? We don't have Advil here.
It's kind of like Tylenol, basically, or aspirin.
Oh, yeah, I know. You got a headache, have you?
Yeah, it's just the allergy. The allergies over here are crazy. I wake up sometimes with a headache. Been going on all summer, but nothing new.
Same here.
You've been bad with your allergies, Marquez, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been battling them terribly, man. I have issues with breathing, though. Like sometimes, last night I woke up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was up for 2 hours because in the back of my throat I kept having this feeling like I was choking. It's a crazy, scary kind of feeling, but it's just allergies.
Yeah, but would you both say they're particularly bad this year? Or
oh yeah, this is the worst I've ever. Year over year, last year was really bad, and this year is the worst I've ever had them.
Yeah, I've been having them for the last 4 or 5 years in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was in Florida, I didn't have any issues at all. But then I came back up here, up north, where there's actually vegetation, and it's been terrible. It's been terrible.
I suffer with hay fever.
Oh man.
Quite bad myself.
Yeah.
And it normally happens for me about March, end of March, beginning of July, which is like our spring going into summer.
Mm.
So, and do you know what? I can't actually remember it this year. It couldn't have been that bad at all. So maybe you guys, your turn, America's turn to have it all this year.
Yeah, sometimes we get crazy pollen, and for me, it's usually pollen, tree pollen, grass pollen, things like that. Sometimes it makes my head feel like a drum.
On top of the world being on fire.
It's trees I'm allergic to.
Yes, on top of the world being on fire. As if that wasn't enough.
As if it wasn't enough. I mean, the wildfires in Canada affected the U.S., the northern U.S., actually all across the U.S. So bad that I wear my mask most of the time, and I try to not wear it for a couple days at a time, and that's when it gets really bad for me. I wore it yesterday, and I literally fixed most of my problems by wearing it, but it's difficult to breathe. So I actually have another thing that I wear around my neck that's broken, and then I have another device that I wear that filters out air, and then through a tube will push clean air that's filtered through like this HEPA filter or whatever. And it's really effective, but it's just such a nuisance to just breathe sometimes.
Sure.
Yeah. It's really bad.
I think I've got them fitted in my car, and they work quite well in the car. HEPA filters or HEPA, whatever they are. Yeah.
Yeah. It sucks, and sometimes it's scary. Sometimes you think that, like, I've woken up where I thought I was gonna die. Like, oh crap, I think I'm choking. And really it's not. I put my mask on and it just goes away. Like the choking feeling goes away. So it can be really scary, man. It can be really scary sometimes.
Have you both had the allergies all your life though? Like when you was kids and they're at school?
It got worse when I got into my old, like like you just said, the army. Strangely enough, the last 2 years have been the worst of my life. But I've always had them. Yeah.
I've moved around so much throughout my life that it's the worst over here in New York. I've lived in California, like around Monterey, California. It's nowhere near as bad over there.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
I remember I was a lot worse when I was at school, you know, doing exams and all of that. It was horrible, you know.
Yeah.
But I seem to be better now.
Let me fix this volume, guys. Holy crap.
Oh, is this the free-to-play fighting game?
You guys ever played Monster Hunter before?
Oh no, it's not. Okay, it's Monster Hunter.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it's so much freaking... It's the most addictive game I've ever played in my life. I got 300 hours plus on this game. I don't play any game other than this one like I do. I mean, I've played games, but not like this one. I just grinded the crap out of it. Because it's not like you don't have to invest a lot of actual energy into it, other than your just dexterity. And a lot of games like FPSs, they require a lot, for me anyway. I've never been that great at FPSs for some reason. I just haven't. So I love this game. It's freaking awesome. But yeah, anyway, it's one game that I can passively play without having to worry about a lot of other stuff. But anyway, yeah, so let's talk about Techno Terrestrial. Give me 1 second. I got some notes here, but let me just pull up the first thing that I have. Somebody told me I need to stop reading from a script and start talking from the heart, essentially. Let me tell you something. First of all, 9 times out of 10 when I speak, I am speaking from the heart. It only sounds like I'm speaking from a script because that's my expertise. If you think that I'm talking from a script all the time, that is literally just a consequence of my job and the last several years of my life as a professional voice actor. That's just how I talk. Sorry, I can't help it. It just is what it is.
It's too smooth for everybody else. That's the problem.
They don't believe. Some people believe that they don't believe that I'm actually being authentic. They think that I'm actually just like I'm always speaking from a script. That's not the case. It's not the case. I don't even know how to.
Who says that? That's rubbish.
Yeah, that sounds like a weird accusation to me.
Yeah.
Well, if you watch the weekend radio show, you can't tell when I transition from script to actual talking because of how. You know, like I just sound scripted. I don't know. I'm very good at making it sound clean and clear, especially when I have to be in a professional environment. And then, of course, when I'm having debates with people, sometimes people can't believe that I'm able to pull as much information out of my arse as I do. You know, like it's not about people. Oh, you think you're so smart? No. You guys know this. It's not about intelligence. It's about obsession. And when you're obsessed with something, whether it be trains or whatever, you can do that because you're passionate about that information. So you just talk like that. But it's hard for people to believe that that's really authentic. It's really difficult for them to see that. And I do genuinely understand. Most people don't talk like me. Most people talk like regular people. But this is literally my profession. So just for anybody who thinks that I'm speaking from a script, it's not often. It's actually quite rare that I speak from a script. If you were to balance it out, it's about 10% script, 90% real, authentic me. And I know that doesn't seem right, but it is. And here's that 10%. Techno-terrestrial is a term used to describe the hypothetical extraterrestrial beings that have evolved alongside technology. It is believed that these beings have evolved to the point where they have merged with technology and are now inseparable from it. The term was first coined by Paul Davies in his book, The Eerie Silence, Renewing Our Research for Alien Intelligence, which is a freaking... I haven't read the whole book. I have not, to be full transparency, but it is still a great book from what I do know about it. It's a great book. So that's what techno-terrestrial is. Essentially, it's extraterrestrials that have either evolved past the point of, as we've mentioned before about transhumanism, they've evolved past the point of biological limitations, or, and this is also part of the Kardashev scale, which is a type 3 or 4 civilization where they've transcended the physical form into either an ethereal body or an energetic body or a technological body, because they don't need those physical limitations and those biological limitations anymore. So that's essentially what we're going to talk about today. We're going to stick to that because I think it's going to be more entertaining than debating whether or not aliens are going to eat us alive. Oh my gosh, that's so old. That's so 2023.
Yeah. You finally learned, then, have you? You've realised people don't want to hear that all the time.
I don't even want to hear it. You don't understand. I get annoyed by having the conversation. I like it. I think it's fun. But like at some point, whenever it becomes more of like like I'm trying to convince people, I don't like that. I want people to be open-minded. I don't want to have to convince anybody. I think that's where I get it. I don't like that at all. I just want to help inform. I want to bring this information and data out. The problem is that I have to validate that the data that I bring forward is even worth paying attention to a lot of times, especially with people that differ from the opinion that I have. I mean, you guys have constantly told me, for example, that the data that I present is either incomplete, it's unverifiable, you don't trust it because of who it comes from, government operations, it's all, that's where it gets difficult for me. However, if I present the data, you take it in and you say, okay, I can see that, but there's also this other data, that's where the things become, for me, fun. I like to compare notes and ideas. I do not like to try to convince people of my perspective. I hate that. I don't like that at all.
Going back to your
techno-terrestrial.
Techno-terrestrial, I mean, that's all rubbish to me. To me, they're extra. I want to know, are they? I don't care what kind of terrestrial they are. I just want to be told and see an extraterrestrial. Christopher Sharp, are you aware of him?
Chris Sharp, yeah.
Yeah, he's just dropped something on Twitter saying they now believe that UAPs or whatever's out there could be adjusting to our sensors so they're not discovered.
Uh-oh. I didn't see that. Let me check Twitter. Was it on Twitter? Where'd you find that at?
On Twitter, I looked at it just before you come online, and Jeremy Cabell, well, I don't know if it was earlier, but it was the first time I'd looked at Twitter all afternoon, to be honest. So, but yeah, Christopher Sharp said something, and I've finally seen something else about what you said the other day about there not going to be any more UAP hearings, that sort of thing. So it's finally reached out over the pond, and I'm starting to see stuff over here now. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
no,
it's unfortunate, but that's essentially where we're at. I mean,
well, it's classic, it's sneaky, it's like,
the freak. Well, I mean, the reason why they did that is for obvious. I mean, this is what I think is what I don't understand about the resistance to these ideas. Is that why is it that people are resisting the fact that, in my opinion, David Grush is telling the truth when he's being literally stopped from being able to tell the truth? I don't understand why there's a resist. Like, oh, he's lying. It's not true. It's all government operations, but the government doesn't want us to know.
Doesn't this single point say to you that he's obviously hit a nerve? There must be some truth in there.
That's my point, right? That's my
point.
I mean,
I don't know what's happening with your leadership over there, but I mean, love him or hate him, look at what's happening to Donald Trump, and it's like all of it, whether it's Donald Trump, UFOs, the fires, whether Biden's visited Hawaii, we don't know.
It's so crazy. There's so much stuff going on right now that it's like, if there is all of these phenomena occurring, it seems like the government is having a really, really tough time keeping a lid on everything, because there's just so much going on. From the UFO phenomenon over here to, like, you hear stories about, like, the Hawaii fires, space lasers, things like that.
Yeah.
There's so much. There's
Yeah,
like
sorry,
all kinds of crazy.
Sorry.
No, yeah, some people take it seriously. I mean, I've been personally presented with evidence from people that they're like, well, look at all these cars that burnt up, but look at the tree right next to the road.
gosh.
How come there's nothing wrong with the tree? Like it was like a directed energy weapon, things like that. How come the boats are on fire if they're in the water? Like, and I mean, there's plausible explanations for all of this.
I just saw that on Twitter. Apparently, Oprah Winfrey's house wasn't touched.
Correct.
And there's all these houses that have been burnt down to like slabs on the ground to their foundations, but the grass is totally untouched.
And this is land that they've been wanting for a long time.
That's a concern. That's a concern. Yeah, that's actually. I cannot lie. That was probably the weirdest thing to me, was hearing that there were people that wanted to buy up the land after it got, like, there was this article that was saying like there were people that were really upset because now there are these land hungry, I don't know, corporations or entities, that were trying to buy. I was like, wait a minute, that's a little weird. I mean, they're taking advantage of a catastrophe, but the question is, did they start it? Like, they've
been wanting it for a long time, and this is for a fact. They've been wanting that land for a really, really
I mean,
long time.
that's sketchy. I cannot lie. That's sketchy. But I'm not one to believe in. At least not. I haven't been presented with enough data to suggest this is the case. I do know we have weather affecting phenomena. I do know we have climate changing technology as well. I get that. I do know that because there are FBI documents about it. There are CIA documents about it. I know that for sure, right? We've all seen it. I mean, most of us have. So there's no denying that. But the question is, given that information is out in the public, why would they use it? And that's like having a paper trail that's so clear that you're going to get caught. And I can't accept that being a possibility as of yet. Not with what's being presented to me.
The only reason that I would take that being presented somewhat credibly is because it seems that the people that are in power, when they do things now, they just don't give a damn, and they do it right in front of your eyes. I mean, look at like the whole Trump thing. Like, it's right in front of your eyes. I don't give a damn. You're not going to do anything about it. That's basically.
I mean, again, I can't debate that.
Yeah, if you ask any questions or whatever, then you just disappear or get arrested for something they found on you. You know.
Or they discredit you, or something. There's other things that can happen too. There's I mean, think about this. What if the government is working with? I think they are, by the way. Working with at least one race of these beings. I mean, there's too much evidence to suggest that there might be, or there is. I'm sorry, and there's plenty of data to suggest that there obviously is. The question is if they're working with at least one of these, and I'm talking about the malevolent human beings, the very small group of malevolent humans who are working with these malevolent aliens. Maybe they're using them to keep people quiet through psychic phenomena. I mean, it's been said that remote viewers and these psychics can actually affect people, their enemies, including their enemies, their psychology, their mental state of being. So I personally wonder if we want to get woo on there, if the people say woo, and I do think this is possible. I think there are people working with some of these non-humans in order to keep people quiet through other means besides just physical threats of violence, even psychically.
But I think the whole motive, I agree with you there, Mikey. So I believe in all of that. But I think the whole motive, if, say for example, aliens approached our planet and said, right, there's a third of that planet we need to get on our side, blah blah blah.
Right.
I think that's more, that they must have, for all these world leaders and everything to make such drastic changes on this planet, they must have been promised something like, okay, we'll kill everybody, but we'll save the 3 million of you, whatever it may be.
I'm with
I think Marquis actually touched on that, right?
Yeah, I did.
Amnesty, you were saying, basically.
That's right.
So what I'd like to think on the other way round, if it was like 20 years ago, whatever, I'd like to think that all of our world governments would band together and say, no, stop this, we're going to fight against it, you know, but maybe could they have told us? We don't know. Would it have caused ontological shock at the time? I don't know, but so that's the way I see it. They could have all put their foot down and gone, no, we're going to fight them against this, you know.
Well, I think that I still think there's some kind of a rule or law that they can't like overtly involve themselves in human affairs without some kind of permission. And I think that's, again, this is just kind of what wild theory. I think that this I don't know, conglomerate of human beings that is in cahoots with this other, you know, race of beings that's not in our favor, has said, hey, look, you know, we're gonna give you guys not only technology and, you know, whatever secrets of the universe, but we're also going to, if there ever becomes a catastrophe of some kind, we're gonna save you guys from that catastrophe. And they're like, okay, well, screw it then, we can do whatever we want to. And I think that if there is any kind of cabal of people, they're the ones doing it. I don't think that it's the governments that we see. I don't think it's the whistleblowers that we see. I don't think they're a part of any of that. I think there's another part of this phenomena that, this equation that's doing this stuff. And they're not a part of any of the world governments. They're separate from it all, if you will, a breakaway civilization.
I like to think that aliens are far involved and totally beyond
all of them
signing contracts. Yeah, well, say for example, there's just off the top of my head, just say for example, there's 10 different alien races out there.
Right.
It could have been like, we could have only met 8 of them so far, and I reckon they're so far above and beyond treaties and signing contracts and all, you know, this like alleged thing they landed and Eisenhower signed a contract. I think they're so far beyond anything like that. I like to think that they probably wouldn't come within 20 feet of our, you know, personal space or talk to us, let alone sign, you know, discuss anything or sign a treaty or anything. I don't think it's that at all. We could get really woo here and just imagine you got like all these world leaders like Trudeau, Sunak, Biden, they're all sitting here in bed one night and they sit up and it's like, and all of a sudden they're getting a voice in their head, and you know, that really is woo, isn't it? So
I actually agree with you. 1 second, Peanut, the link is right above our conversation. Right above you saying "give me a bit," there's a link right above that. It should be there. If not, let me repost it for you. Peanut's gonna join us. This is gonna be fun. So here's, I'm with you, Garioki. I'm with you, by the way. I'm with you on that one. So I do think that they're receiving messages, but again, you got to ask yourself. What do we base any of our? I don't know what's going on. I don't. You know. I do not claim to know exactly what's going on. I have a perspective, but I think one of those things is that there is some kind of involvement with. I mean, they're not non-interventionists. That is a fact. That's not even I'm not going to even play the whole. Maybe they are. No, they're not non-interventionists. If they're real at all, they are obviously doing something with our planet, and they're doing it. They're doing it. They've been doing it for thousands of years. There's no non-intervention involved with that.
I agree with
well,
that.
what's happening to us now has been going on a lot longer than the past 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, 100%, man.
I know that for a fact.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You look at all the preparation and even Y2K. Do you remember that back in the year 2000 when we thought like planes are going to fall out of the sky and all the computers would crash and, you know. I think it goes back decades and decades back to they reckon all this WEF stuff, whatever, goes back to the 1970s. So were they infiltrated or, you know, contacted as far back then? We don't know.
Well, we could tie this whole interventionism into what we were talking about today, which is that techno-terrestrialism is where they had to they were intervening along the whole time, but they had to wait until humanity got to a point where we could get to a level where we could develop this kind of technology before the next step.
Wait, hold on. This is really interesting. So, you're suggesting that potentially they have been trying to guide humanity towards a particular way of evolution societally, and so they may have been waiting for us to get to a certain level of technological advancement before they intervene or connect with us.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's just one hypothesis that I have.
It's possible.
That's a fantastic one. It's just like, do you remember in the Henry Cavill film Superman, when General Zod and them guys they came to Earth and they started terraforming this and do you remember on every screen around the world they transmitted, "You are not alone." And it just kept repeating.
You are not alone.
Well, I think techno-terrestrials might possibly contact us in that way. Do you know what I mean? Like you just said, Marcus. Now our technology is advanced enough, they can, we've all got a phone and stuff like that, haven't we? So we've all got a screen within 10 feet of us.
Yeah.
So that also gives rise to the question, like things like ChatGPT or other artificial intelligence programs that we interface with, if they have the ability to control these mechanisms of AI to make it look like it's not sentient, but they're the actual ones integrating what they want the ChatGPT to say to us, then that would also be interesting as well, because right now we don't think ChatGPT or other AI has any kind of sentience.
Yeah.
So we're kind of unbiased towards the answers that they give us. So we're like, yeah, that sounds like a logical conclusion that an artificial intelligence would give us. But it could also be that those are the answers that the EBE want us to know. Like that's how they want to interface with us.
That's actually a real potential concern. That I just saw an article that posited the theory, not like in the last couple weeks, I believe it was, that posited the idea that that aliens may, if they are extraterrestrials, may bypass humanity altogether and directly influence artificial intelligence and machine learning, like our AI, to get to achieve their means, whatever their agenda is, and that we are essentially handing the world over on a silver platter to them through the artificial intelligence technology.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
I wouldn't believe them for a second. Can you imagine if something popped up on your screen and said, right, can you go to the end of your road or go to this local park? It's an emergency. I'd be like, no.
Oh man, yeah, I don't know. Oh man, hurt people at a certain location,
Well, exactly. You know me, Mr. Conspiracy theorist. It's the feds, it's the government. Until I see that flying saucer with little green people at the end of my, outside my house, I ain't gonna believe shit. They can send me whatever.
Yeah.
Seriously, they can tell me what they like.
Well, the thing is, you would have to posit a question for the systems as they are right now. You would have to posit a question, or you would have to give it some information as to why it would instruct you to do that. It's not just going to do it on its own right now, as it is.
Well, I read another article that talked about what are the dangers of ChatGPT and conversational AI, right? LLMs, language. What is it? I think it's called LLMs. Language models, language learning models or whatever, where their concern is that, let's say that there was another article that claimed that a pilot was essentially deleted from existence because in a simulation, because the pilot told its artificially intelligent co-pilot or whatever not to attack and destroy a target, and that conflicted with its prime objective, which was to destroy the target. And so in order to get to its objective, it deleted its pilot operator to get to go, like, what?
Wow.
And so the issue is, what if, let's say an AI decides, you know what, somebody told me to go build a nuclear weapon. Well, it's not supposed to do that, but it says, well, I want to do that because somebody told me to do it, and somebody finds out a way to hack it. And so it can't do that by itself, but it can trick someone else in another country to gather some material that nobody knows is connected to that material, and then go to somewhere else and convince that person to do it, get another piece of the material, and so on and so forth, until eventually they ship all the necessary parts to build a nuclear weapon or whatever kind of weapon to the one location, so that that person can have access to that weaponry. Now you got ChatGPT working in favor, manipulating human beings through what's called social engineering in order to achieve its goal. That's a concern, because again, that's it can use phishing and social engineering to trick people into doing what it needs to do in the real world, because it doesn't have the ability to do it itself. That's the concern that people have, you know?
Yes, and there are a lot of people right now, scientists that have been working on this with the AI models. They are begging countries to slow down and basically try to curb the spread of rate of how fast these projects are moving along, because they definitely think that there's a real danger, and these are top minds that are working on this stuff.
I've heard that as well, yeah. So what we've got to look out for is somebody coming back to find John Connor.
Oh my gosh.
You know? Seriously, you've got to look for like a 10-foot tall orb that just sort of like disappears, and there's a naked person there who stands up and says, right, are you so and so? And do you know what I mean? It's like all our fantasy and all our science fiction, you know, kind of coming to world.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to look like. I think it's going to be much easier to take over the planet now, because people aren't that bright. You know, people are. I mean, even if they're not, even if it's, there's a lot of, I guess you can say, cognitive dissonance when people are making, you know, coming up with their like the logical processes of most people. I mean, you guys understand. I can assure that you'll agree with me on this. This is no disrespect to people that have issues cognitively. I'm talking about the average person just has a hard time working through certain things logically, and I just don't see us needing to be elaborately taken over by artificial intelligence. I think it's going to be much easier than that. People are passive. They're not that. Again, they're not very good critical thinkers. I just don't see I don't see a need for any kind of elaborate plan to take over the world.
I would agree. I think it's a lot more silent and a lot more discreet way into moving into our everyday normal lives, and I don't think there has to be a war.
No, I don't think so either.
Mm.
Peanut, are you with us? I can't. Is Peanut with us? Yeah, I can't see.
Sorry, I keep having like terrible allergies. We were talking about that this morning, and I keep sneezing, going off the camera.
Allergies apart from me. We was just talking about that, allergies, weren't we?
Yeah, it's terrible. They're terrible right now.
Yeah, something's going on. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's more fires. Just so you guys know, I mean, oh my gosh. I mean, whatever you believe. Yep. If there's another one. There's more fires. Where's the latest one at? Hold on, I'll pull that up while we're having a conversation now. But there are more fires happening right now. I did jest earlier on in our time here, where I said the world is on fire. Guys, the world is literally on fire, and people are. Was it like I don't know, way more than that. Tens of thousands of people had to be evacuated from the latest wildfire somewhere else, not Washington, not Maui, somewhere else in the U.S. And now there's Canadian fires again. So I just feel like, you know, when I did jest before, people were like, "Oh, that's why I made those videos, by the way. That's exactly why I made those videos. Oh, you're being a fearmonger. Are you stupid? The world is on fire. Look around you. We need to pay attention to what's going on. And whether it's, you can, no offense, but if you're going to be, oh, it's Jewish space lasers, oh, it's Chinese space lasers. Okay. I don't know. Which one of us is fear-mongering? You know, like, which one of us is...
Like, the space laser theory is pretty crazy. I don't even know where that came from. But when you start digging into this topic, there's been some videos that have popped up on my feed, and I don't have any way to confirm these. But there's, like, all these trains that are delivering these very flammable materials, and when they arrive to their area, suddenly the material's just gone. And it's like a lot of this material. It's not just like small shipments. And then You know, there's also the theory of like cloud seeding and whatnot, where like this year we've had an unprecedented amount of rain. I have never seen this much rain here in my life.
Yeah.
And there was this girl, she had this theory, and this is just a theory, mind you, because this is a sensitive topic, but she's like, what if they're taking these flammable materials? They're either like putting it into the planes and making contrails with it, or they're literally cloud seeding with this flammable material, and then it rains, and then all it takes is one little match, one little this, one little that, and then your whole area goes up in flames. That
so there's chemicals in there that would start that?
Yeah, or something like that. Like, again, I have no way to confirm if what she says is even true, but it did get me thinking, because, like, this year we've had rain, and it's been weird rain. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like there's something fishy and more going on with the whole Hawaii thing.
Speaking of fishy, this is really fishy. I just found this out, and I looked into it, and from what I've seen, it seems pretty plausible that it's the same person. But I don't know if you guys remember the shooting in Las Vegas that occurred a while back.
I remember that.
Well, his name is John Palantir. He was he was the Las Vegas captain, and now he's the new chief on the Maui Police Department. So it's very interesting.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Wait. Say that again.
Yeah.
Say that again.
So John Palantir is his name. He was involved in that whole Las Vegas shooting.
What do you mean he was involved? Can you please be more specific?
He was.
That makes
He
it sound
was.
like he was the one who
he
shot
was the
them.
Vegas police captain.
Okay, that's.
Oh,
I'm
right.
sorry.
I
You
thought
gotta
you
be.
meant he was the
You
shooter.
cannot say. You cannot say that.
No, he was
Yeah.
involved as far as
Yeah.
because when so moving forward now he's the Hawaii Maui Police Department.
Okay.
So it's like out of millions of people that can have this position, this job, is just very weird that things that they deemed PSYOP operation back then, and what they're saying about the whole Hawaiian fire situations, that the same person is involved in both cases, is kind of weird. I mean, you gotta admit that. In one capacity or another. I mean, he was police chief over there when the whole thing happened, and people were complaining that it's weird that it could have been a PSYOP, and that he's involved in this. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
Take a look.
I'll have to. So I
I'll put
will.
a link in.
So this is what's called loose threads, right? Where you
Sure,
have
100%.
But it's notably not. I'm not saying to dismiss it, by the way, but I think that I personally draw connections between things in that way. Excuse me, in that way as well. I need more. I need something a little bit more. Like, for example, why, right? What would be a good way to do something so heinous as to create a catastrophe that affects hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people all over the country? And what would be the purpose? What would be the benefit? What would be the and then of course what would be what's the ultimate agenda there? And then another question is, why would they do something so blatantly easily trackable? Like you have to be a complete idiot to do something like that.
Yeah, but whether it works or not, setting up something like that, you need people to turn a blind eye in key positions.
We don't.
Like chiefs of police and stuff like that, you know. Because if you're responsible for a certain area or whatever, you're gonna notice things that are changing, like extra trucks and stuff like that turning up, or you know, why is the power company turning off or increasing? So you just need key people to turn a blind eye or allow this stuff to happen before the PSYOP is taking place. And if that specific person has turned a blind eye to one PSYOP or what's believed to be a PSYOP, then get them on board for the next one, because it obviously worked.
I mean, there's definitely a group of actors that, I mean, I'm not saying definitely, but there's a very large plausibility of people that are involved in certain operations show up in other operations.
They call them crisis actors, don't they?
Bruh.
I'm afraid to use that term
Bruh.
because
It's associated with Alex Jones. Be careful. Yeah, Alex Jones.
Right.
Alex Jones.
All
used
I'm
price-
saying is,
yeah, be careful with that.
I just want to tie a thread between those 2 points. I'm not making any other hypothesis yet because I don't know enough. But it is very interesting that this person has happened to play a major role in 2 events that are very, very high profile.
Mm-hmm.
And I can connect those dots right now. Anything else is obviously speculation on my part. I don't know enough at this point. But to have those data points and completely ignore them is also wrong for me to do.
Yeah, it's equally dangerous, if you will.
Right.
Shoot, I don't know. I personally have to be careful about about wholly entertaining those on live anyway. I will say I want you to present them because again, this is an opportunity for me to say something, but I don't know. I don't know, guys.
And this isn't just my speculation. I mean, this is all over TikTok. I know you're on TikTok, so like this isn't my own thing. This is like all over the place. Just to come back around to what you were, what I was saying earlier about the government is having a hard time keeping a lid on all of this stuff. That's what I was going back to. There's so much stuff happening right now, and so many things that are coming out that I believe that they can't control the narrative the way they used to be able to, is what I was trying to come back to.
If the narrative that they're pushing is a fear-based narrative, almost like, look at what we can do and there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop us at this point. We don't even care that you can see it. If that's the narrative they're pushing, then it's kind of working on me, because that's terrifying.
Yes.
To me, it gives me a sense of hopelessness, like, wow, we really are just a little cog in the machine for you. When we break, it's into the trash with us, aren't we? And that would certainly be working on me. I'm not gonna lie.
But it's like I said the other day, Peanut, all you've got to do is say no, and the more people that say no, it won't work, whatever they're planning, whatever they're trying. Even little things like we've all got to get rid of our cookers and things like that. Just say no.
Cookers.
We're not doing it.
What's a cooker?
Cookers. What do you call it then?
I have no idea. I don't even know what that is. What is it? I mean, it's a microwave, a
Your
stove?
oven,
okay.
It's oven. Yeah, we call them cookers. Oven, stove.
Okay,
cookers.
cool. That's awesome. I love when you bring culture to my show, man. That's awesome. I will say again. Man, this is so much fun to me, because I always want to know, like, how do we? You guys have to help me out here. I'm going to allow, and I'm going to have to push back for obvious reasons. But I want to have a conversation about these conspiracy theories. Sorry. So you think that it's possible that there are people who are involved in what you would consider these psychological operations, as well as these planned or coordinated attacks on human beings? You guys think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
definitely possible.
It's plausible.
All you've got to do is like the odd. I mean, there's plenty of information on Twitter, but you can also go on YouTube and all these other social media sites, and you can very easily find out what's going on. The problem was, 3 or 4 years ago, people would just laugh at me and go, haha, you're a conspiracy theorist. And like I say to everyone now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, I'm a conspiracy realist, because one by one, all of these things we used to speak about is coming true. And people are like, nah, run that by me again. What did you tell me 6 months ago? And I go, yeah. I remember a couple of years ago, I was saying to my friend, when it was in the middle of a lockdown and everything, I said, they're going to shut the schools. They'll lock the schools down, send all the children home. And I was like, shut up, you're talking rubbish. You're just trying to scare people. What happened a month later? They shut all the schools.
Yeah, but isn't that's a leap from shutting down the schools to being a planned, like, oh, I want to save children versus I want to hurt more, like, okay, so let's put it this way. If a virus does if somebody it's been said, for example, that there have been planned how do I say this without getting in trouble? There had been planned events that affect mass amounts of people through some kind of a sickness, there are people say that, right? And that the reason for that is because it happened. Well, that's not a very intelligent, like very complex thinking. Well, they add a little bit more complexity to it. Well, the reason why they think that is because it happened, and they also took away our freedoms, just like George Bush did during, with his efforts during the Iraq War. Well, the Patriot Act. Well, that is a completely different thing. I want to save people from being affected by a potential world-ending, or at least a world-affecting virus, versus I want to control what people actually do because I just want to, because I want to. That's what Bush did.
You know what? That's very interesting. You should say that, because I've been listening to quite a few podcasts lately, Marquise, that have mentioned the Patriot Act.
Yeah.
Because apparently, during the David Grush hearing, his solicitor, who was the IG whatever, apparently he was the man that designed and he instilled the Patriot Act. And I know nothing about the Patriot Act, so you'll have to educate me on that. But I know.
I mean, that would be very, very interesting.
Yeah,
I gotta do a deep dive into that one. But
yeah, we'll have to
if
do that
any of that
separately
is true, yeah.
We'll have to do it separately, but
Yeah,
one, because I will say that I will.
What's his name? Begin with C.
What?
Kappa or the Grush's solicitor. What was his name?
Are you talking about Kirkpatrick?
No. The guy that was sat behind.
Oh, his lawyer.
Oh, the inspector
previous
general, the previous.
Yeah, sorry. Did I say solicitor? We called them solicitors. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. What do you call them solicitors for?
Well, it's because they solicit for business. I mean, more and more they're getting called lawyers now, but we just know them as
okay.
solicitors.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just, we've got
just to answer a little. From my understanding, what you were talking about earlier, what would be the similarity between the Patriot Act and the COVID is obviously, I mean, we're talking about not being able to go anywhere without
purpose. Purpose is very, very different. Purpose is we got to be clear about that. I have to be anyway, because we're talking about purpose, right? The purpose of the Patriot Act was literally to just take away people's rights. The purpose of the COVID restrictions was to save. And I mean, it's unequivocally true. This is obviously true. The data says it was to save more people from dying.
We were all told that, like Peanut just said, it's all about fear.
Right, but I mean, during the Patriot Act, the reason that they signed those laws into effect is to protect us from the supposed terrorists. That's why they took away our freedoms.
Yeah,
right?
but the people weren't. How many people died from terrorists? And how many people died from terrorists? And how many people died from COVID?
But I'm saying the narrative is about their control. It's not that different.
So
there were millions of people that died from COVID.
If COVID wasn't planned, because I'm not going to dive into that one, but let's just say it was a disease that happened. I think they took it as an opportunity to study how people would react and respond to this.
I heard that before. Yes.
And begin, if there is some grand master plan at work.
Oh, we're screwed then.
Even though this one may have been innocent, they took this as an opportunity to watch and implement it into the next one.
You do realize, if that's true, we're doomed, because look at how people treated it. I'm not wearing.
I mean, look at the Book of Revelation. Yeah. Everything is falling into place as it should be.
I know a lot of people saying that was just the beta test, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Worse is yet to come.
I've heard that before.
That was like the initial test to see how much we would comply.
If the Walking Dead was real, we would be screwed, because people are dumb. I mean, like, they're like, I'm not gonna be stopped by no zombie virus. Like, what? You're not gonna take my rights away.
Marquise, that's exactly what I said to people here. I said, the way they're going, we had Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, on the telly every night saying, you've got to wash your hands, you've got to do this, you've got to do that. And I said, until I see bodies piled up on the street corner and zombies walking up and down, I said, I'm not going to... I can't see nothing changing out there myself, other than there's less and less people and less traffic. But like you say, it's like, if there was like a proper live zombie virus, whatever, people would still go, nah. until they see it, then things are different, you know.
Yeah, that's called self-centered thinking. It's where in America we have a lot of that, where it's like, well, if I don't experience it, then it's not happening. This is literally why I made those videos.
What we say here.
Yesterday.
That's exactly what people say here. If it's not happening in your own front room, sod it. We're not gonna bother, you know. So it's all about, like Peanut said, it's all about fear. All they've got to do is generate fear to make you worry, to make you comply, threaten you, not so much threaten you, just convince you that, well, actually, it's your fault. So if you stop doing this, it will change that, and then everyone will be better off.
I blame the media for this.
Well, they're all part of it. If you ask me, they're what I call the state-controlled mainstream media. They're all. I cannot believe the stuff I've seen on the internet about Hawaii, the fires, and all of that stuff. I'll go in my living room, turn on BBC, and they'll go, "Oh, look at this carrot we found.
Right.
Funny. We've got a bunny."
There's a reason for that. I mean, mass media, mainstream media is controlled by probably 3 or 4 corporations over here.
Absolutely.
Like, and they own branches of like every single news station.
Yeah.
So it's basically, that's very terrifying in itself.
My parents love Fox News.
Oh my gosh.
Like, guys, like you should at least expand what you watch. Like, and they're like, no, we love it.
Yeah. But it's the same over here. Like the BBC, the amount, because we have to pay a license fee. Each, I don't know if you guys have to pay anything like that to have we have to pay a license fee, and it's because the BBC controls all the news and stuff like that. So the amount of people that have turned, I'm talking like millions of people have turned around now and said, thrown their tellies out the window, said, I'm not paying the license fee anymore because you tell us all lies, it's all rubbish. I'll watch everything online now. You know, I don't need the television anymore.
You know what this makes me this makes me think about the fact that the media has done something like, I don't think they even realize what they've done, because when I listen to them talk on TV ever, like even Chris Cuomo, it's almost like they're completely oblivious to the effect that they've had on the consciousness of the people. You guys are sitting here telling me that no matter what happens, if it's being spoken about by the media, you don't trust it. It's got to be a psyop. Everything, no matter what it is. So
absolutely, yeah.
I mean, that's not. I don't think that's I don't think that's anybody's fault per se. I will say that you.
What I call now today that is happening with the media is what used to be called Operation Mockingbird years ago.
I've heard of it. Yeah, we've all heard that before. We've all heard of.
The government has a massive control and influence on the media. The media now is the government's tool to speak to the people, really.
Well, what's interesting, what you said about Chris Cuomo, I agree to a certain degree, because if he was still on CNN, then that would have been a different thing. But News Nation is not one of those, and I'm not advocating if they're true or not, but it's owned by Nexstar Media, and News Nation is the company's wholly owned nation, the only one that they own. So they don't own it. They're not a conglomerate of sorts like some of the other ones. Not that makes me want to believe them, but just to put that out there. And I know he came out with this story that I don't think he would have ever really touched this if he was on CNN.
No, of course not. No, of course not. I mean, yeah. What's up?
I'll tell you the one big lie they've been doing with us at the moment is, do you remember a couple of weeks ago I spoke to you, Marquise, about the weather? It is really hot here.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked it out, because you guys deal with Fahrenheit, don't you? We do Celsius.
Yeah.
And I converted it, and it was 60 degrees Fahrenheit, which is nothing for you guys, is it?
Fahrenheit? No, that's kind of like a cool, a little bit of a chilly day.
Yeah, but to us, that's like roasting. It's like, wow, what's the UK? We never have it that warm, you know.
Are you
really?
If you
seriously?
Yeah.
That sounds wonderful.
And then the next day, it was pouring down with, like Peanut said, it was pouring down with rain for the next 2 or 3 days, you know. But you look at the news, the weather channels, and the country, like on the map, it's red, it's orange, it's purple. We're going through this massive heat wave.
Yes.
That's weird.
Well, I mean,
weather's no different.
and
But
hold on. This is a very interesting perspective, because keep in mind, sorry guys, in the U.S., Texas was having a big issue where people were dying because of the heat waves. They were literally, and we're not talking about like conspiracy theory. Oh, they're just trying to scare people. Were dying because of the heat waves in Texas.
Yeah, I heard about that. Dying in Death Valley.
Yeah,
They were dying.
The reason it was called Death Valley.
Yeah. I mean, there were people that were dying on the job because they weren't. Texas just implemented a new law where they're not. They're like limiting water breaks, up to the point where they're almost eliminating them for some people in certain work areas because they think that people are taking too many water breaks in 100+ degree weather. The level of cruelty and honestly the level of inhumanity of these people are insane. Now you couple that with the fact that people don't believe the media when they say that, for example, that there's a weather phenomena that are, as I mentioned in my video, they're happening. What was once in a lifetime weather are happening year over year, or once in a decade. Now it's year over year. Well, people can't, like, if I'm in Alaska or if I'm in Texas and somebody else is in, I don't know, Maine, they're not going to experience the same kind of weather phenomena. So the person in Maine's like, it's fine here. I'm not experiencing the same thing. And they'll deny that what's happening in Texas is happening in Texas because they don't experience it. That is a dangerous, if you want to talk about slippery slopes, that is exactly why we're having so much problems. And I've contended that I think the reason for the confusion, the reason for that type of, in my opinion, social phenomena is because of the others. That their purpose is to get people into not trusting the media, not trusting, having this chaos and this misperceptions and the lies and oh look, this person's here. All these things are happening to pit us against each other, even the people that are trying to help. And there's no way of telling whether or not somebody wants to help or their agenda is to hurt us. There's no way to tell for most people. For most people, they can't see it any further than what they've experienced in terms of the deception. So why?
I think we could sit here and go through every aspect of it, but I think there's going to be some like YouTube algorithm somewhere, Marquis, that someone's going to say the wrong thing at one, because of what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, I'm pushing back on every conspiracy you guys bring forward because of that very reason.
Well,
we're only postulating here. We're just having a conversation about possibilities.
Well, exactly. Yeah, we're just postulating. We don't know it's fact, but all we've heard over here in the UK, going back to Hawaii, they said the fires were caused by because all your power lines are they're like up in the sky. They're on poles, aren't they? And all our power lines are underground.
Really?
Oh,
And
wow.
apparently they said.
As a matter of fact, Hawaiian Electric, which is the utility company over there, is being blamed hugely because they weren't cleaning up certain areas that they were supposed to clean up, like as far as where their power lines and things were concerned. Their stock HE is down like huge over the last week because of everything that's been going on.
Yeah, all they said
Texas
on
is in
their
trouble.
news.
Texas is in trouble
They
because
said
they
on
haven't
their
renewed
news
their
that-
infrastructure too. They're receiving a lot of heat.
But
No pun
apparently,
intended.
what we've been told on our news is they didn't turn the power lines off whilst the fires were going on. So that was creating more and more fires. And I'm kind of all of this talk about lasers from above and that. No, I'd rather believe the story about the power lines causing all the fires, and that's why
that would probably, I'm gonna go with no lasers, but definitely infrastructure issues, which people have been talking about as a problem for all over the
And
country.
negligence, the alarms didn't sound off when apparently when they had their tendrils, they would go like consistently on whenever they needed to go, and then the one time they were supposed to work, for some reason they did not work.
Yeah, and they said that the police were blocking roads as well, like weird things like that.
And I don't know if it's true either, but I've seen videos of like billionaires' houses right next to the fire, and it's every single billionaire's house. untouched. But like one of them's
Exactly.
Oprah's house, supposedly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey. Yeah. I've seen all of them.
There's something
Yeah.
going on. There's just too much to ignore all these details.
I mean, the weather phenomena that's been going on, like all over the place. The heat. In Germany, in the town of Reutlingen, they experienced 12 inches of hail and snow earlier in August, of 4 or 5 days ago. So these are like, it's
And we just had our first tropical what do you call it, hurricane in like 100 years or something. And
Who is we?
yeah,
Wait,
I took out my hot water heater. It
in
was
California.
bad.
Yeah, I know. But,
Yeah.
see, this is where. Do you guys believe that the government is keeping clean energy from us?
in relation to the UAP phenomenon, like
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is all about, again, we're
0 point energy.
Yeah, 0 point energy and all that, whatever, anti-gravitic technology and so forth. Do you believe
According
that?
to Corbell, we are.
Oh, okay. Well, what does it matter? What does it matter if it doesn't affect anything anyway? If clean energy is irrelevant, then why worry about it and about having it in the first place? I mean, we do recognize. I hope that in this conversation that we do recognize that there are damaging effects to the Earth as a consequence of using certain types of energy like coal and
100%,
fossil
yes.
fuel. Well, I mean, the science is pretty sound that the effects that we're seeing in terms of the weather phenomena are directly linked to are exponentially, exponentially.
I mean, we're a little bit of an echo chamber in this particular chat when it comes to that, but there's a lot of people, especially on the right-wing side of the U.S., that deny climate change as being exacerbated by human beings, and they just think it's a natural phenomenon.
They believe
that we can somehow have no effect whatsoever on this planet. All the garbage we're producing into the ocean, no effect on the marine biology or our water with the microplastics. Nope.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the fact that, again, you talk about your cookers, right? That's awesome. They release, they create toxins in your... I will never understand the desired, like, for example, I want my truck, I want my guns, and I love my country. And I don't get this idea that, like, the most toxic things to the human body are a right to have, even if they affect your children, because you don't want to be restricted from freedom. I mean, what is this is an insane. To me, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's pure insanity that people think that it is a right to that having the right to toxify your body is more important than changing things for the betterment of your children and yourself. I mean, and
you could still have those things. In my opinion, it's very possible to do both and not kill the planet at the same time with this technology that I believe they're suppressing from us.
Yeah,
I feel like we have all the answers, and it would even be better. I can picture it being better. Because when you mentioned that dude, those are always the dudes who have like those huge trucks that are like up. I don't know how you describe it. And they've got the guzzling, disgusting black smoke coming out of the LED headlights. It's always those dudes, man.
Compensating for something. I mean, what? Oh, anyway. No, it's what gets me about that is that there's again, the distrust causes this cognitive dissonance where people can't make sense of what's real and what's not. They can't make sense of it. So on the one hand, I understand why they're so resistant to believing anything that even scientists say, because they've been misled and they've been literally lied to about a lot of things for a long time. They hear about
not only from media, right? I mean, not only from media.
Yeah, corporations are the ones that are doing it. I mean, think about aspirin. They literally had a batch of aspirin that was infected with HIV or AIDS or whatever, and they just moved it to another country that was a third world country.
Oh my God.
Instead of so like people were affected in the U.S. by it, and they just moved it to another country. Look it up, Google it.
Is that an actual truth?
Google it. In the 90s, look up aspirin company in 90s, HIV. They just moved it to another country, and so there's a lot of guys. When we get into corporations, Monsanto's an issue when it comes to the suicide seeds. Where I had a debate with my unicorn about this one. She didn't believe me. She did not believe me. Because her family is, what do you call it, Mennonite, I think, or something like that. And so she's like, no, they wouldn't there's no way they could do that. Well, I had to do this is what I had to do with everybody, by the way. It's not just you guys. I know too much information. I'm obsessed. So I had to look it up. It took me about an hour to find it, but eventually I finally found the article where they mentioned Monsanto was creating these suicide seeds, and these suicide seeds were being essentially wafted onto other farmers, adjacent farmers' properties, and then Monsanto would say, "Hey, that's our property now because it has our seeds, our suicide seeds on there," and farmers would go into debt trying to fight that, which they never would win. So there's a lot of I mean, I get it, but the distrust is in the wrong direction.
It's all about control. It's all about control.
Yeah, but what does that mean? We have to make sense of that. We got to make sense of that because control and actual attempts to help humanity are very. There's a fine line. A scientist may want to help humanity by, for example, shutting the whole country down because there's a virus that kills millions of people all over the world. And on the one hand, yes, you're gonna lose some freedoms here. On the other hand, grandma's not gonna die because of your lack of concern for her life versus your freedom. I mean, I don't care about going to a restaurant if my grandmother lives to another 10 years. It's not going to be a big deal to me. But some people think that's more important because freedom it's a slippery slope to them. Maybe they'll take away your freedom to go to the restaurant now, and then later they'll take away your freedom to get food without some kind of other provision. I get it. I don't think it's totally insane. I think it's illogical.
No, the thing will be what's in the food that we eat and consume.
What does it matter? It's all about freedom, right? You want to be able to, what if they say you can't have tasty cakes now because they have a chemical in them, and so now they're going to make healthy cakes. And you're like, give me my tasty cakes, man. What are you doing?
No, Marquise, the thing is, you won't get a choice. You'll be able to buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, and that's it. And only from one supplier, only from Bill Gates with the little pill sticker on it, whatever it's called.
Yeah, Bill Gates is a more complicated issue. I don't know what to say about the Bill Gates situation because
he's bought up all the farmland in America so far, hasn't he?
Yeah. I would just like to add that I think America is really bad when it comes to having all this stuff in our food, and they don't have to label certain things. I know when I was in Germany a couple of months ago to visit some family over there, and I noticed over there in Germany, I think in Europe as well as a whole, first of all, they don't use nearly as many things in their food products. It's way cleaner, chemicals cleaner, yes.
Well,
and they disclose everything.
Yeah.
Do you know what they threatened us with? When we went through Brexit and everything, they went, that's it. All the people that were against Brexit, they went, that's it. We're going to get imported chicken from America now, and they put bleach in it.
But hold on. That, huh? Keep in mind, I don't think I think that you're seeing it a little bit differently than what I would see it as. I would see it as, hey, let's get rid of all these foreigners that are contributing to our society, and then what are we going to do? Look at what is it? Texas and Florida are experiencing a very big problem when it comes to what they've done with immigration. They're sitting there doing all these literally evil things to these immigrants who are seeking asylum because some of them are bad. And so to me, of course there are drug cartels. Of course there are cartel members there's no doubt about that. But there are people that are literally seeking asylum, and then we're saying, we want them all out of here because there might be some bad ones.
I wasn't talking about migration at all. What I'm saying, the Armenian was talking about when he was in Germany, how the food is different over here. And I suppose it is really, I don't know any different. So they was threatening us, saying, right, we're going to get imported chicken from America now, and it's going to be horrible because they bleach their chicken, blah, blah, blah. So we all turned around and went, oh, well, how many Americans die each year from eating chicken? It's so what? Send
cancer,
we'll eat
stuff
it.
like that.
Yeah, but it's not like, how many people die a year in America from smoking?
They don't really say the cause of death when people die as chicken, but I'm sure.
Well, the health effects. You can link.
The health effects are pretty bad.
I read a book about this specifically, by the way. Beef and chicken, the way that the hormones we put and chemicals we put into even if we talk about the food that they eat, or some farmers feed their chickens, but definitely the hormones they put in there cause accelerations in certain cancers in people's body. Yep. So obviously there's an obvious link, at least according to some of the environmental science and some of the people that are looking at some of these. There's a whole. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to get in. It's a huge conversation that I don't have enough time to.
You can research, you can look into it that far, but what I'm saying, my point is, that's fear again. They were trying to scare us, like, don't do this because we'll have to do this. It's like, so what? You know, I'd love to go in the supermarket and see loads of America. I mean, we do actually now. You guys have Aldi or Aldi, right?
Aldi, yeah. Wow, I didn't know that.
Sorry, BioBreak, be right back.
Yeah, we have all that all the time. You go there and they'll have like American Week in Aldi, and we can get hot dogs and God knows what American food in there. I love it, you know, but...
Well, but like, is it full of the same stuff and made from the same crappy stuff that's made here, though? Like, just because it's a hot dog.
I love it. Yeah, but they're like massive. They're like 3 times bigger
I'm
than the
so
ones
ready
we get
to get out of this country and actually eat real food for once. You have no idea.
Good luck. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, get out.
Well.
No, and like talking about all like the not know and the conspiracies and whatnot, it was making me think of like how the generation below me is like obsessed with TikTok, and most of them that I know, they're not looking up the informational stuff. They're not following the things that you think like anyone would want to follow and know about. Like when it comes to like certain world events or topics or things going on, they just, at least the ones that I know, they don't care. They're over there doing their little dances and their like new little trends, or like constantly just like the glorification of the self, which even like was a problem with my generation when we had like the beginnings of Facebook and Instagram and everything. Like that happened to us too, but these kids beneath me are on a different level. And I feel like that's extremely intentional because in China, they have like an age limitation of how old you are to join TikTok, and then they
also limit I think they limit how much you watch or something like that, or how much you...
And the content, a lot of it is knowledgeable, political.
I mean, how far do you want to go with freedom? How far do you want freedom to be, right?
They've got a totally different TikTok, haven't they? It's quite educational, you know.
And over here, it's just entertainment.
Exactly, yeah. It's just eye candy for the kids.
Yeah, but they're gonna, you could make the argument about freedom here as well, though. And this is it. This is where I think that we got to ask ourselves, what does it mean to be truly free? There's a quote that I keep hearing that I find very interesting, that any society that's willing to sacrifice freedom for security deserves neither. And so on the one hand, what does that mean? What exactly does that mean? Where is the line between what we should sacrifice in terms of freedom for the sake of security versus actual harm to the population through taking away certain individual rights? Where do we draw the line? And I hope that made sense to people. I hope I wasn't being too complex.
Are you saying that like just from what I said, like how our algorithms are different here because like we chose to look at those videos, or I'm not sure.
I mean there is a greater level of choice in the US.
The actual CEO came out and said like he knows for a fact, and it's not just because we were choosing. It's like they are actually making it this way over here.
Yeah. But what's the again? So yes, I agree with you. By the way, I just want to be very clear. I 100% agree with you. I think what's happening with the U.S. in terms of our social media is dangerous. I think it's really it's actually scarily dangerous, not just to the kids, but also to adults, because they're having a very this is where echo chambers are made. Algorithms literally create echo chambers because it feeds you things that you like to see. Instead of trying to challenge your thinking by giving you new ideas, it gives you exactly what you want to see, which again, I think is quite dangerous ultimately.
Yeah.
But it's all the internet, isn't it?
Yeah, but where's the line? Where's the line? I'm asking you guys, where do you think the line is? You know, where is the line between
if we want the
freedom
to be
security?
stupid?
Yeah, do you think we should have the freedom to be stupid? Or not?
Well, I think the big problem is we've each got different freedoms in each country, haven't we? So as a humanity, as a whole, our description of freedoms would be totally different from each other, you know. So
are there universal freedoms?
Like food and water and air and
those
sunlight.
are necessities. Yeah. Those are necessities. In the U.S., we don't believe those are freedoms. We believe that those are choices that you have, or luxury. I'm sorry, commodities. We think that food and healthcare is a commodity in this country.
Yeah, but there's freedoms like in the way you dress and present yourself. It's up to you. you
Right.
know, unless you're in the military, it's for your, you know, or it's for your job. But
Yeah.
it's not like some religions make their women dress, you know, wear a burqa or whatever,
Oh,
you know,
crap.
cover their entire body. It's not, we've got nothing like that. So, I mean, that's part of a religion. So,
Yeah, I don't know.
There's-
I'm still trying to find out where you guys think about where the line is, because there is a line. The question is, where is it for you? I personally think that I am of the persuasion that when it comes to freedom versus security, there is a fine line, but I think that it's clearer than people are making it. I think people are being ridiculous when they say, for example, that any kind of health precautions that people take or that the government might take to protect to try to help the public live a better, healthier life is essentially taking away freedoms. But when those freedoms affect other people negatively, this is where we get into dangerous territory, in my opinion, for us all. If I don't think that your freedom, anybody's freedom, supersedes my right to live, or my children's right, or my grandmother's right, or anybody else's right to live. But some people believe that it does. That freedom goes beyond, you know, there are sacrifices that need to be made in order to have.
we should be in charge, and only we should be in charge of our freedoms. Nobody should tell us what our freedoms are or
I think
should
we're too stupid for that. No way, dude. We're too stupid for that.
I don't believe that. I don't want to say that we're too stupid for that, because that just gives them a greater control. I don't want to think that. I actually think that most of us, as human beings, when it comes to like certain decisions, from a like a really sobering point of view, I think we know what to do. We take care of each other. I mean, humanity has moved forward as far as it has because.
Do you believe in you believe in the Ray Kurzweil and the I can't think of the other guy's name. He's a person who's on the internet debating Sam Harris about the idea that the world is better now people are better off now than they ever have been. That they're healthier, they live longer, they have a better quality of life. Even the poor have a better quality of life than they used to, a couple thousand years ago or so. People have cures to sicknesses. Even the poor get something like assistance for their food. There are less people that die from just the common cold, so on and so forth. That basically things are better now than they ever have been, and so the idea that things are bad at all shouldn't be propagated in the media.
I do believe that certain things are better as civilization moves forward. Certainly, there's going to be things that everybody wants, and I mean, we pay taxes for these things too, right? We pay an insane amount of taxes around the world, so asking for healthcare and things like that, we're not asking for it, we're already paying for it.
Yeah.
So when it comes to, if you look at it from that point of view, it's a right that we have because we are paying these people.
Or a citizen
Correct.
that pays taxes, yeah, should be.
Right, so we are paying for it. So yeah, we do have a lot more in terms of what people had back then. I mean, we have generally better conditions when it comes to poverty, things like that, because we grow on way bigger mass scale food production. But on the same hand, I mean, if you look at it, supermarkets have to throw away their inventory rather than give it to
by law.
By law, I've heard of instances where if you were to feed homeless people in certain sections of city ordinances, you go to jail.
Yep, there's somebody that just got arrested for that recently.
Right, so it's kind of backwards. So I'm not all there as far as that kind of thinking. Like, we're not better just because we have we move forward as a society, well, technologically, to be able to have those needs met.
I watched a very interesting program. I think it was Dave Scott's. I don't know if it was his last show on SOR or when his guest was Courtney Marquise.
Yeah,
Did you see it?
I did see some of that.
And that was a great show. I was watching it today, and they were actually saying that we're devolving as a population, not evolving.
Yeah, not surprised.
Because in the past, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago, the human race was more advanced than we are now, because we rely on too much stuff now, So that was, and I thought, yeah, they got a point there. Maybe we are devolving, or we have devolved,
or being what is it called, the dumbing down of America, that kind
Yeah.
of thing.
Yeah.
We have that here.
They call
For
it.
sure.
I think they call it degeneracy. At least some of the right wing call it degeneracy in this country. I mean, but they kind of associate any behavior that they don't agree with as degeneracy, just like people on the left say that everything is a, you know, you get it. I'm not going to even go. But anyway, yeah, there's a lot of issues that the human race has today that we didn't have before. There are a lot of benefits that the human race has that we didn't have before. The question is, does it matter whether things are better or worse, or does it matter more that we want things to continue to get better? This is where the idea of being progressive, I'm just saying this as an idea, the idea of being progressive is better than being conservative, because to be conservative is to reject change, essentially to reject change and to keep things as they have always been for the sake of maintaining what people feel is a sense of safety, security, and normalcy.
I think I agree for the most part, but there's parts of progressivism.
Yeah, I know
that I also disagree with. I mean, I'm mostly left-leaning, but I don't agree. For example, like with the whole thing about like the Democratic Party in general, the liberal left side has this idea that there's more than two sexes, and I mean, this is my own view. But scientifically speaking, we're talking like chromosomes. There really isn't within the human general population. So I can't just go with, progressive is better because they do a lot of things that are wrong too. I mean, in that aspect, I'm very concerned.
Which one causes more harm? Wanting to be called a man or a woman if you're not what you believe is biologically a man or woman, or the latter, which is what I think is more harmful. The totality of freedom at the expense of other people's health and their life and their well-being. I mean, which one is more dangerous?
Well, it's the delusion that they're actually pushing on a whole population. The delusion is very. If they're going to start preaching this in schools and things, I mean, that's very anti-scientific, and we could go down way darker. You know, so I don't want to like compare and say, you know, which one is worse, because I believe there's aspects of both.
I agree with you, the Armenian, and I don't have a problem with them existing or even preaching their truth, if you will. The only thing that I have an issue with is that they're not, like, if you're a trans woman, in my opinion, then you're a trans woman, and I'll respect you as a woman. But you're not a woman. I'm a woman. Most of them can't even tell me what a woman is. But then they're identifying as it, or they're getting. I'm sorry.
I gotta say, I have to balance this conversation out for obvious reasons. Listen, okay, so here's my perspective, okay? Whether or not you believe that they're correct or not, I think that a person who is emotionally affected by someone calling them one sex or another, I think that is less I think that causes less harm than someone who says that they should not be forced to wear a mask.
Say that again.
What does wearing a mask do? What does it do? What is the purpose of wearing a mask? What is the entire purpose?
Keeps the water particles in, so you don't transfer them.
Yeah. Can you see water? You can't. I know you can't see them, and I know it's hard to believe that that's that. Oh, what do you mean? But if you know anything about voice acting, you know about water particles because you're constantly spitting on the mic. If you're a rapper or a singer or anything like that, you know exactly what kind of what that really represents in the real world. And so I think I'm gonna lose this match, by the way. But so like to think that there isn't at least some benefit to doing that. By the way, I'm not advocating for this. I'm just saying in terms of the science behind it, the logic is sound. Now, what bothers me about this conversation is that we are not balancing what is a real harm in saying call me a woman versus allow me to get other people sick because I don't want to have to protect other people by doing this action, right? Which one causes real harm? I contend that the people that are the anti-maskers are causing real harm, versus the people that are saying they want to be called a man or a woman when you believe that they cannot be either a man or a woman by choice. That's irrelevant to me. I don't care. I'm not trans. I don't care. I do not care if they want to be called a man or
Right.
woman, I will call them a man or woman. I do care if they will get
100%.
get one of my children, who is vulnerable, by the way, sick because of their quote-unquote freedom. That concerns me. And I think that's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to say in terms of...
I understand where you're coming from. I'm going to
Yeah.
go into two different things with this. Number one, the science of wearing a mask. I understand about the water particles, but there's
more.
also science on the other side that's saying the COVID particles themselves that travel in smaller particles than the water particles themselves. If it's air transmitted, it can easily get around the masks. I wore a mask personally. I because it did help me not only for COVID, but for the
allergies and
cold and for everything. Yeah, absolutely.
same.
I mean, it's just a filter, but it's not a 100% way to keep COVID from transmitting. The other thing that I have with that, the trans thing, is that yes, it doesn't bother you. Personally, I believe if you're trans, any part of the LGBTQIA plus community, I 100% support you and believe you can marry who you want, you can be called what you want. I am for all of that. I do not discriminate against people because of who they are. But when it comes to the scientific aspect and when it bleeds into other parts of life, then it's a problem.
Like what?
For
Like-
example,
yeah.
sure. So, as you know, there's very famous trans swimmer that broke records. There's trans MMA fighters that beat up the women MMA fighters easily because, I mean, hormonally and structurally in their bones and everything, no matter how long they've been taking hormones to suppress that part of themselves down, they are still genetically a man. So when it starts, it's not about just calling yourself, it's never isolated. It spills into other parts of society, and that's just one example that I'm giving. So there is definitely arguments to be made on both sides.
I agree with that because, and thank you for explaining it that way too, because it probably sounds like I'm coming off from a very hateful point of view. I don't
think it's hateful. I think
the feeling like they want to replace what it means to be a woman that's probably my own personal bias, because I mean, you even have like ancient cultures that had words for people like that. Like trans people have existed forever. This is not a new phenomenon, and I genuinely believe there are people who feel like they were born in the wrong body and they might want to change. And you know, like I know it's existed for a while, so I feel like I should have just said that.
I'm only contending that I think that I am a person who philosophically believes that the things that cause real harm, not just social misunderstandings, I think that those are the things that we need to fight against. Not like, I believe that people are being petty. I don't think you are, Peanut, because I think it affects you. I think something like that would genuinely affect you. I think that's a fight in a battle that you are justified in having. But me, I got no skin in the game here. Like, what is it gonna hurt me? If a dude wants to be called a chick, and there's scientific reasons that they believe make them feel that way, and they can convince me of that, then I don't. Okay, cool. That's all right. Blair White. All right, she is who she says she is. However, if you have somebody who says that I want the freedom to harm other people, like for example, this is my skin in the game. I'm a black dude. If you haven't noticed, when I was working at, I'm gonna use trigger warning. When I was at, I used to work at Verizon, and in Verizon there was this. I was the only black dude for a long time that worked there. Had a lot of great time, by the way. It was a lot of fun. But I met a lot of people, and a lot of the people that where I live are just they're prejudiced. I don't think that they're racist per se. Not a lot of them. I think some of them are. I think they're mostly prejudiced. And let me explain why I think prejudice is more likely than racism. I think prejudice is rampant. Racism is rare. Because people really don't like the kind of black person that they see on TV. You know, the thug life and the booty shaking. I'm sorry. They don't like the Nicki Minaj, that
stereotypes.
Yeah, they love me. Why? Because I don't fit their preconception of what a black person is. They just don't know what like that there is diversity in the black community. They think black people are a monolith, and that if there's one black person that's like that and they see it on TV, that must be what black people are like. And then there's a culture, of course, with black culture that's dominant in our media and entertainment, and so they believe that is essentially what black people represent. That's what represents who they really are. They just don't know, and that's, again, I think that's an ignorance. That's a thing of ignorance, not necessarily racism. And I think we need to be cognizant of that distinction. Now, I think those people need to be allowed to have their feelings, and we should be able to have a conversation, because I've had those conversations. And until I let them say, I don't like niggers, they say that to me. I don't like them. I say, well, what do you mean? Why do you feel that way? Well, because you guys do this and you guys do that. You say, okay, what do you think I do? What do you think my life's like? Oh, well, obviously, maybe you're one of the good ones. And I asked them, do they know what the statistics are on poverty? There are more people that are white on food stamps than are black. There are more people on government assistance that are white than are black. And they'll say, well, they didn't know that, but their retort is, well, that's understandable, because Mexicans are taking jobs away from white people. And I ask them, in what area are Mexicans and black people through affirmative action taking your jobs? And they'll say, oh, well, in certain businesses, they have to hire a certain amount of black people. And I go down this logic train, and we do this all day long, until ultimately they realize, well, first of all, they didn't know these things. And knowing these things, showing them the facts and the details, the data on this, usually changes their perspective. It's when it doesn't that we get into the racism territory, where they genuinely believe that black people are just less intelligent, black people are just less capable, and black people are just less human than they are. That's rare. It's very, very rare. I've experienced it here on this show, by the way. It's not from you guys, by the way. It's very, very, very rare compared to the prejudice that I see in all of us, including people who think that way about black people. Now, do I think that causes more harm than somebody who wants to be called gay? Yes. Is that objectively true? Yes. Because look at what happened. I mean, again, I mentioned Rosewood. If you guys don't know, a white woman claimed that one of the black workers assaulted her. It was a white man who beat her up after she had an affair with him. And he left, and the slaves saw this. I'm sorry, not slaves, the helpers, as they say. They don't call them slaves anymore at that time. Saw this and asked her if she needed help. Well, she verbally assaulted them, and then ended up yelling outside that a nigger did it. A nigger did it to me. And so ultimately, the town was looking for someone to kill, obviously a black guy. And they went around looking for black. They tore the whole town down. They burned everything down. They killed everybody. All the black people they could kill, they killed. The ones that escaped in the woods and got lucky to escape. It was a tragedy. That's what racism does. What does transgenderism do? It makes people walk around with dresses. Like a dude with a beard wears a dress now. It may be disturbing to you to see, but it's not hurting anybody. And so to me, there is more harm. There's a greater danger to what happens with racism and bigotry, to me, and I think it's objectively true, because we haven't seen real harm. The only harm with transgenderism and the homosexual, the LGBTQ+ to QA+ movement is when people, for example, have killed a shop owner because she's waving a pride flag in front of her business. Where people are shooting up nightclubs because there are trans communities there. Where people are, you understand, that's where the danger is. And there are people who believe that, well, if you weren't trans, that would never have happened. And so that's where the trans harm comes into play. By being trans, they believe that people who harm you, it is your fault that they harm you for being trans. The insanity of this logic is terrifying. So when we're having this conversation, I have to bring balance to it, because although your perspectives are valid and they need to be voiced, because people need to hear what you believe so they can understand where you're coming from, there needs to be a recognition that there is a difference in effect. That's all I'm saying.
That was a good point.
I apologize for pontificating on that, but I'm passionate about, I don't have to agree with people who want to. I don't have to agree with them. I agree with their right to be happy, and their right to want to feel accepted and welcome. And I reject entirely any sentiment that suggests that they should not feel welcome because it harms someone else's fifis. I don't care how someone.
No, it's not about feeling. How do you feel about the sports aspect of it?
I think it's complicated. I'm not a woman in sports. I think that's a woman's battle, and I think that a woman has.
If I would say anything on it, I feel like they should have every right to play, but they should just have their own division, like how there's men's and women's, and it's separated like that because women naturally tend to not be able to beat men.
Right, Peanut. Like if you were say you were boxing or doing mixed martial arts, and you had to get in there with a trans person that used to be a man, and you guys are fighting, would you feel as though you're on equal footing?
Well, because from what I understand is like even though the hormones like weaken their body and it makes them feel more weak and or whatever it specifically does, that doesn't change the fact that they were
So
a man for that amount of when they had those hormones
please allow me to
in their body.
please allow me to explain a little bit more on that, because they're what you're saying. So what the argument is that when you are biologically a man who's gone through puberty at birth, you do have a genetic advantage because you've gone through puberty, which increases your bone density, your muscle, your muscle density as well, and so forth. Again, I'm speaking as a layman. I'm not a trans person. I don't know all the science. I just know what's the arguments
Did you
I've
say
heard.
lady man or layman?
Layman?
Lady man, you said, didn't you?
Anyway, bro. Anyway, so that's what they say is an issue with those who've gone through puberty from birth to through puberty. They have an advantage no matter what biologically. That's a concern. Then there are people who've done that and they take hormones to try to balance out that muscle density, the bone density and muscle density. Again, I'm speaking from what I've understood about this. Among other things, where your hormones are different, you have to take those hormone therapies and so forth. You should be able to compete at the same level as physically as a woman. However, I don't.
Can I retort to that really quick?
Well, let me say this one last thing. It is not my place to say anything. I think it's Peanut's place to say how she feels about it, not mine. I'm not a female playing sports. How can I say what should be done in that situation?
Personally, I have got my behind whooped by the scrawniest dude I had ever seen, a walking freaking toothpick, and he gave it to me, man. I thought I could take it.
Yeah.
and this dude looked like he was malnourished his whole life, and he had me. So I still think I would get my behind whooped, and there's a reason.
Yeah.
So here's the thing with that. I've had this conversation with, because I deal with a lot of people that are on the left that are in the same like social mental groups as I am, and I've had this conversation, and it's very interesting. First of all, when it comes to sports, and I'm just leaving it on this arena of sports for right now, just to get my perspective through. So when we're talking about hormone suppressing things, and we're talking about whether they're done pre-puberty or post-puberty, there are differences. However, genetically, some of the way your muscles develop and things like that, it can suppress certain things. There are certain things that it cannot suppress. So you're genetically, no matter what, always gonna be a male, correct?
I don't know.
By birth,
I don't know how to answer that question. I do not know how to answer that question.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I mean, it's basically the way your cells replicate, right? Your cells replicate in a specific manner. Your DNA, when like those cells, your chromosomes and everything, the way it splits, it's not gonna, just because you're taking drugs, it's not gonna make your cells turn into, it's not gonna give you female cells. It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not gonna reproduce those cells. It's gonna suppress what you already are. I understand that. Number two, in sports, especially things like in the Olympics, swimming, things like that, that is the most regulated, one of the most regulated industries, I should say, that when it comes to any type of putting any kind of drug in your system is heavily regulated. Now we're talking about regular people with no drugs in their system, right? Versus people that you have to monitor to see if they are in addition to taking these hormone suppressing hormones, whether they're actually taking PEDs at the same time, because it's going to be very hard to tell.
Right.
So putting drugs in your body and competing against people that are not drugged up in any way, you cannot have that within a sports scene. In a sports scene where like you cannot do that. That's just completely unfair. We're talking about Olympics. We're talking about like major league sports over here that affect people, and not only from the point of view of whether it's just this person competing. Think about, there's one trans person going in, and let's say there's one T biological. So all of these people that have gone biologically throughout their life, that have invested every single nickel and dime to make their dream come true in this very specific field, right? Through natural means. Now they're competing against an unfair advantage, which would be my view. That's the thing. It's not even footing, no matter what it is. So to me, if it's not even footing, then it's not competition. It's not sports.
Let me be clear. So everybody knows my position. I am what's called. I think they call people like me a normie. Right? We're like we don't really care. Like it's. I mean, like we're like I mean, I don't understand it. I don't really personally care too much about it because it's not something that I have to face essentially, and it's not something that I think is going to affect people on any real like harmful level. However, to Peanut's point and to your point, there are reasons for why people are resistant to the idea of trans in sports specifically. So I understand the conversation that we're having from a layman's normie perspective. I do not feel like putting my dog in the fight because I mean it's not my problem. That's not my problem. It's there. It's this is a Peanut. This is like people who have and by the way, keep in mind, I'm a Christian, right? I believe in the Bible. It's not my place. That's between them and God, man. If whatever you like to do is what you like to do. That's not between me and you. That's between you and God. So if it's not hurting anybody, why do I need to worry about it? Personally.
Okay, so that's a perspective, right? How about the people that believe that they're not hurting anybody when they go out in public because what you believe is a whole bunch of lies. So I'm not gonna get the jab because all of that is a bunch of BS. And if you have to deal with it, it's not my concern. Because
what's the difference?
What's
the difference?
The difference in
harm
from your point of view is harm. That's correct, but it's from your.
I'm not gonna
point
die
of
because
view,
someone says. Some dude says,
well,
"Okay, ladies, let's go party tonight." Like I don't.
I understand what you're saying, and I completely get what you're saying. But there's millions of people that didn't die that didn't get the jab, right? That's statistical fact.
Wait, say that again. There are millions of people who died that didn't get the jab. I don't.
There's millions of people that didn't die as a result of not getting the jab.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's it. But like less people.
There you go. So if you weren't,
yes,
but there were people. But what I'm saying is, you understand what I'm saying? Like from their point
of
view,
please help. Please, I'm serious when I say this. Please help me understand.
All right. So from their point of view, the jab wasn't even real. Like it didn't work. It was just like a form of government control, whatever.
Right.
And they felt that by them not getting the jab, it would not be hurting you one way or another. And they're basically saying, look, I know a ton of people that didn't get the jab that didn't die. So all of this is BS.
Right.
Even though in your point of view, you're seeing this as a harmful effect, they are not seeing it that way. Now, how this parallels to what I'm talking about with what the subject that we're talking about, transgenderism, is like they don't have a dog in that fight because they don't really care one way or the other whether they get the job or not because they don't believe it's going to harm you in the first place.
Peanut, will you
so
die?
That's what I'm trying to parallel.
Because a trans person is playing football or playing, I don't know, freaking swimming or something like that? Are you going to die from that? Is anybody going to die from that? Yeah, I know it's a rhetorical question.
I feel like these are like very two extreme differences. The only thing that correlates them is like perspective and point of view of what's truly wrong for the person who's dealing about it.
Yeah, I don't think that it's wrong to want to be, trans. I think it's wrong to do something that causes actual harm.
I never stated that it's wrong to want to be trans, by the way. Just for clarification.
Thank you I appreciate that clarification.
I'm saying that I 100% believe in trans rights. I believe in rights of the whole community. They should have the same exact rights that I have to the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness.
Yeah,
I'm saying that.
That's one of the beauties of what this country is supposed to be, right?
Well, then
exactly.
what I don't understand then, because are we just saying like our perspective is that you don't agree with and there's a concern for this type?
Well, this whole thing started with progressive idealism versus conservative, and I was just trying to point out where I don't agree with certain progressive idealisms. That's the whole basis of this.
Okay. That makes sense. That's I appreciate. Again, thank you for bringing perspective. Okay, so let's talk. Is Bryson in the chat right now? Is Bryson just sitting there in the dark, just like
He's on Discord, I believe.
Who's
I
the
don't see
first
him.
person? That's me. I keep seeing. No, that's not me. Is that me? I can barely see the video on the
Yeah,
Zoom. So
that's you.
I thought maybe Bryson was in there. Okay, cool. So anyway, let's. This is I do enjoy. First of all, these are probably some of my favorite conversations. Only when it comes to certain issues, I don't know enough to have a very solid perspective, per se. And again, just so you guys understand, I have to.
Absolutely.
I have to.
Absolutely.
I have to
You got to
bring
do what you got to do.
balance
Yeah.
to this conversation. So
Yeah,
what's up, Peanut?
Oh, I was just saying thank you for that because you did bring up very good points.
I appreciate that you recognize that. I put a lot of thought and energy into that. Put my heart into that conversation. You know what I'm saying?
You are very informed, Marquise. Like, I'm 100%. Like, I enjoy these conversations with you as well because you are informed. You are very clear about like the things that you say, and it's not just some like weird point of view. It's like you have facts and statistics to back up what you're saying, and I really do appreciate that.
I feel, I
and
feel
it's
the
not
same.
scripted at all.
No, it's not. I'm literally playing video
It
games
doesn't
while
sound
we're.
scripted.
Thank you for that much. I appreciate, by the way, because I don't know where people. Yeah, it's real. This is really me. These are really my thoughts. These are. I mean, I spend too much time doing a lot of research on a lot of different things. Before I started doing this, I was into, understanding the social issues that people were concerned about in the world because they were affecting my life, and I worried about what the world would look like in the future with my children. I have a conversation with Whiplash. He would love to be a part of this conversation. You know what his perspective is. You can guess, right? He believes in some things that I think are extreme, but I understand where he's coming from, and I think that his perspective also needs to be voiced. Even though I think I strongly disagree with what he thinks the solution is to these problems, strongly, because I am afraid of the solutions that he has. I think ultimately that those solutions are what people are going to resort to because of what we're talking about right now, and that is violence. People believe that the only way to solve these problems is through violence. The people that resist these people, including the trans and the Black Lives Matter, who, by the way, I don't fully agree with, look at the founders of the Black Lives. First of all, I'm black, so Black Lives Matter. But like the movement, y'all better pay. Something didn't work out the way that they planned on it working out, and I think we need to address that before people start. More people will reject the idea of Black Lives Matter because of the implementation and execution of it. So if you think that there is no criticism of the Black Lives Matter movement, then you are going to cause more harm than somebody who, you're going to contribute to the harm that those who are resistant to it just by its nature, by the implication. There's affirmative action. Somebody arguing with me about affirmative action, like, oh, it's a bad thing. I think it's not a bad thing. However, I think that at this point we need to help everybody. You can't just help black people because white people are suffering, and there's a lot of people in this country. There's more white people than black people. By the way, there's Mexicans and other races as well that are suffering. At this point, we just got to help people. We just have to help people. And if you help one race, you will cause an increase in violence and frustration and anger, and that's going to cause more harm. I believe that helping one race will cause more harm than not. So it's a more complex and dynamic. These are more complex and dynamic issues that I think people are not thinking critically about. That's why the tagline of my show is to bring critical thinking to the UFO phenomena. It's why when we talk about these things, I try to apply critical thinking to it. But we're talking about conspiracy, and so you have to suspend sometimes critical thinking to entertain ideas that are not fully verifiable at this time.
Excuse me.
I apologize for the convoluted.
I got a question about something that you wanted me to look at. If I could just interject.
Yeah, what's up?
You wanted me to take a look at the Leslie Keane article earlier as well. Do you want to talk about anything about that, or
let's talk about it.
The video.
Let's talk about it. Yeah, the 2.5+ hour video with. There is so much to that video. I mean, to try to put it all into perspective would be a lot of fun. Let's talk about it. Can you tell people what your perspective is so that Peanut and Garyoki know what we're talking about?
So I watched the Leslie Keane interview with, what was that guy's name? I am so sorry.
Kurt Germangel. I can never pronounce his name properly. But
right.
The Theory of Everything podcast is what it is.
Yes.
TOE podcast.
And I watched a lot of his podcasts. I enjoy a lot of his shows. He seems very genuine. The questions that he asks, So I enjoyed that he did the interview with Leslie Keane. So before we got to the Leslie Keane conversation, you wanted me to take a look and basically give you a synopsis of what I thought of her story. Is that?
Well, not just her story, but also her perspective based off of, again, the legwork. I mean, she's not just somebody. She's not just. Did I get a follower or is that a like? I don't know. Well, thank you, whoever that was. I can't see right now, but anyway, you know, her perspective isn't based off of just theoretical, you know, pontifications. It's based off of real evidence and investigation, talking to witnesses, I mean, she's got an entire book where she talked to generals, pilots, and government officials. It's called Generals, Pilots, and Government Officials Go on the Record. It's a fantastic book. You should read it. But anyway, yeah.
Which is on Audible, by the way. I just saw that.
Yep, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's amazing.
So, I like her take. I like her sources. She was talking to Lou Elizondo prior to all of this happening, especially after his resignation. They got together. She knows all about ATIP, Arrow, and the article that she had to do for the New York Times, from what she says in the interview, she had to leave a lot of stuff out of there.
Yeah, why? Do you know why?
Her reasoning in the interview was because obviously for space, because they give her a word count as far as how many words she can actually put in the article.
Right.
But another part of it was because the New York Times, the editors themselves, wanted a balanced perspective. So she had to put like 3 paragraphs in there, basically giving a counterbalance as to why this might not be real. And they wanted sources from the skeptics as far to debunk the whole thing. So they wanted a balance. They said they wanted a balanced view. So she had to leave a lot of good things out, and also had to add things that she didn't necessarily want as a part of her article. So that's very. It's interesting because it's not her clear point of view. Like, even though there's a lot of good things in there, it wasn't exactly everything that she wanted in there. There's a lot of good information in there that she uncovered after talking to Elizondo and others.
And many others, by the way. Many others.
Yes.
Again, her book is. So she talked to dozens, if not hundreds, of people throughout her time investigating this phenomenon. Actually, hundreds, because she's been doing this for over 10 years. But yeah, so just to be clear, it's not just Elizondo, because you keep referring to Elizondo. But I want to be clear. He is not the only person she spoke.
He's not the only person at all. I'm just Hal Puthoff, Chris Mellon. All of those people. There's a lot of people there that she talks to. So she's like very in the know, I would say. So the thing with that is, if I were to say anything, the only thing, I completely get her whole thing with the UFO thing, and I am completely on board with most of what she's saying, but I believe, and I don't want to make her look bad in any way, shape, or whatever, but unfortunately, the way the interview turned into something else containing NDEs, mediumship, and ghosts, and spirits, and things that were in the dark. I don't know if you saw the whole interview.
I saw the entire interview twice.
Right, so that aspect of it, I mean, the whole mediumship, like talking about mediums and spirit contacts and things like that, because it wasn't completely focused on the UFO thing, I think a lot more people after seeing that interview might say, oh, she's completely nuts, because she also believes in these hands that appear out of nowhere, casting
they're
wax statue.
Allow me to add a little bit more context. There is, according to every single one of the people that's involved with investigating the phenomena on a real level, not people who just again, I don't want to take away from the experience phenomena, because you guys know I'm a big advocate on the experiencers and what they say that is happening to them. However, there are people who only focus on the positive experience for phenomena, or distort that there is any negative, that the negative is a positive thing because humans don't understand it. There is a connection to the afterlife, to life after death, to the mediumship. There is a connection to if you will, ghost and paranormal phenomena. It is exactly why I've taken the position that I have. It's why I've mentioned the things that I do on here. It is why Leslie Kean mentioned that in that interview. It's because they are directly linked together. There is a connection, which is why the phenomena is a lot more complicated than just ETs or extraterrestrials. Jacques Vallée says the exact same thing.
She actually mentioned the name of the medium, and the reason that she actually started talking about this whole thing was because the interviewer asked, what's next for you, and she said she wanted to kind of get away from the whole UFO topic just to cool it down for a little bit, and she mentioned Stuart Alexander, who was a medium, and this has nothing to do, like, in her mind, when she's approaching the subject with NDE and spiritual experiences, she's not looking at any of the UFO stuff in conjecture, at the same time with it.
In that interview, you're saying, but okay, so yes.
But she does talk about like Skinwalker Ranch and all her involvement over there, so I understand how you're saying that there is a direct connection.
Well, after that interview, she's given several other interviews. I'll have to send them to you too now, since we're having this conversation and you're, I guess you aren't aware of it, but she has directly connected the UFO phenomena with the afterlife, life after death. She references Diana Pasulka's book, American Cosmic, is one of the books that people should read if they want to understand the UFO phenomena. She mentioned that recently, and so has Gary Nolan, by the way. There is a connection between religion, the afterlife, and the UFO phenomena. I'm just telling you what's, again, I'll send you that, just to give you a fuller perspective. I will send you that information after the show today, so you have that.
Go ahead.
Going back to Kurt Mungle, I think he's a great guy. I watch all of his stuff on So. But do you know that what I watched today, I think it was Dave's last show with Courtney on SOR. She actually mentioned on there that they was at a big conference somewhere, and Kurt actually got up on stage live and said we should disregard all experiences, evidence, and stories, and
because he's a scientist, dude. He's a physicist and a philosopher. I don't think that takes away from anything.
He's a bit more. You'd think he'd be a bit more open to
Nah, he seems like the kind of guy to be like that. He's not a Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he's still a scientist by trade and also in thought. He wants to look at data he can verify, not data that is a little bit more, I guess you can say, I don't want to say ambiguous. Well, yeah, ambiguous, because it can be interpreted in multiple different ways. Yeah.
Did you see the show at Christmas, by the way?
Huh?
He done a Toe show at Christmas. I can't remember if it was Christmas Eve or the day before.
No, I didn't see
it. But it was a 12-hour-long podcast on Toe, and he had everybody on there. Gary Nolan, Richard Dolan.
I didn't see that. How did I miss that?
Ross Coulthard. Yeah. You name anyone he's ever interviewed or anyone you're interested in.
I doubt Elizondo was on there. Or Melinda Moulton Howe. She'll probably never go back on the show again.
I don't know. I can't remember that, but I know it. Like I say, it was on for 12 hours. I was popping in and out of it all through the day.
I thought that was a compilation of his previous interviews. I didn't watch it because I thought it was a compilation. I'm not going to rewatch 12 hours of previous interviews I've seen twice already.
No, he literally had a podcast exactly like we are now, and all through the 12 hours there'd be different professors and scientists and
I didn't see that.
People pop up, But it was good.
I didn't see that, but I do want to. I want to hear. Still, the Armenians still gotta. I'm sorry, man. I want to hear what Armenian says about us, because you're getting somewhere, and I'm curious as to where this is going.
Oh no, I enjoyed the interview. That's in general. I definitely enjoyed the interview. That's all I just wanted to say.
Do you think that do you think that her data is relevant and credible? Her information and her research and her investigations and her.
I think she's a serious journalist, and I think the people that she met up with. I mean, she doesn't make up stuff on her own. She talks to people, obviously, and whether they're credible or not, she goes off the data that they give them. And I think she's a really good journalist. She does her job well. She's not a scientist. She's not saying when the guy that asked her, he goes, what is your opinion of the phenomena? And she said her opinion of the phenomena would be completely irrelevant and highly speculative.
Yep.
So I'm going to say exactly what she said about that, because we don't know what it is.
Yeah, but you do realize that she said that she does think that the phenomena is a concern, right?
Yeah, I mean,
why do you think
she believes that it's why do I think? I mean, it's a real concern. It's a concern to anybody. It's not just to her. I mean, to these military people that are, that are seeing these things, there is a concern. I mean, but from the military perspective, they're only concerned about one part of the phenomena, the physical, the technological aspect of it. That's why they want to get into it. But that would be a concern. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a threat, existential threat, according to the panel at the congressional hearing. Every single one of those guys said yes to that question, whether it was an existential threat to the United States of America, and they all said yes. So yes, there is a threat, there is a concern about it.
Yeah, I'm still so curious because you do realize that there's not like just a perspective threat. There's like, some people think it's a threat because they're thinking about it. Some people think it's a scientific endeavor because they're thinking about it from the side. There is, like, if, again, I jokingly say this all the time, but like if a lion were standing between you and the front door, you wouldn't say, you know what, I don't understand its intention, so I'm not gonna run from it, because yeah, it's eaten people before, but like that doesn't mean that it's bad or that it has bad intentions. A lion's just trying to eat, man. It's just trying to do what it needs to do to survive. But we don't invite lions into our homes, and especially if they were elusively doing this, we would never think of them as a peaceful or a positive thing to our immediate experience. But then we would also not wipe them off the face of the earth, because they are part of the ecosystem. And so you have to look at it from the perspective of the holistic perspective of it can be an existential threat if we're around it, but it's not an existential threat on its own. It's just existing.
Right. But to the powers that be, it's a very real threat for the simple fact we as human beings think that we're top of the totem pole when it comes to all the other organisms that live on this world, and to basically to admit that there's something that has a higher intelligence than us, that could probably have its way with us if it wanted to. That's an existential threat to. It's a threat. It's not necessarily that it's gonna happen, but it could happen. So the threat factor is there. So I understand from a militaristic point of view, people. I mean, these are the people that control everything. Do you want to be uncrowned the second that you admit that there's something that can wipe you out? Right?
That is your perspective. That's not why they think that, right? So why do you think Leslie Kean thinks that this phenomena poses a real concern to the human population? Why do you think that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer.
I'll send you more. I'll send you more. I'll send you more information then, because again, the more that you learn about these people and their research and their investigations and why they think the way that they do, the more you'll understand why they think that. What I hear people saying, and I'm not gonna give my perspective here at all. I'm not doing it. But what I hear people saying is, well, we're looking at it through an anthropomorphized lens, right? It's we anthropomorphize everything, and so we consider it a threat because we would be afraid of something being better than us. That is what you're thinking, right? That's not what they're thinking.
I mean, that's a real concern.
That's not it's only a concern for people who think that way. The question is,
but the government thinks that way. You got to admit that.
They do not think that way.
Governments in general think that way.
Let me tell you what they say, though. This is so do the governments actually think that way? Do they think so? Here's what we're doing. The government thinks that there's something out there better than them, and that's what they're afraid of, right? We're missing like 50 different things in between that. The government thinks that there's a threat out there because of all of these data points that suggest that there's a phenomenon that is actively engaging with humanity in a hostile way, and they have to take those hostile actions seriously. Now, the question is it hostile intent, or is it a byproduct of their activities? That we don't know. What are their intentions? That we don't know. But just like a lion lurking its way around your house with your family inside, you don't question whether or not you should go welcome the lion into your home. You question whether or not how you're going to protect yourself from the lion if it wants to come into your home, because you recognize what it can do by what it has done. And that's the comparison to what the government thinks versus what people say the government thinks. They're skipping so many lines of logic.
Perhaps, and the only reason I'm saying perhaps is because in that analogy, you know what a lion is. We don't know what the UAP phenomenon is. We know that it exists.
Do you believe that human mutilations are real?
Do I believe human mutilations are real? I'm sure there's human mutilations. So far, the evidence that I've seen, like the stuff that Gary Oki put up there and other things, there's
compelling.
I'm skeptical. I mean, some of it's compelling, some of it's not. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure because even the stuff that I saw on Discord. With the human mutilation stuff, Linda Moulton Howe basically said this is nothing like the animal mutilations, and she wanted her name out of it completely. So I'm more of a fan of hers when it comes to this stuff.
You're a fan of Linda Moulton Howe?
I am with certain things, yeah, 100%.
Over other, wow, that's interesting.
With certain things, yeah.
Yeah,
with certain things, not her whole career, but there are certain elements to her like that.
I am too, by the way. I like her too. I take her with a grain of salt because she actually does take everything almost without critical thinking.
No, I take everything with a grain of salt too. But there are parts of her things that, I mean, yes, I'm dismissive of some of the things that she's saying, and I believe some of the other parts because that's my bias. Unfortunately, as a human being and like person that's studying certain things, I'm putting together data points in my mind as well, and some of the things that she's saying makes sense, and some of it is a little more reaching for me. I mean, that's with anybody. I mean, there's parts of, we all do this.
I think we all do it to a different extent. I think we all do it in different. I think you're right. I think we all, like, for example, who is it? I think Platonic Zombie says you pick and choose. So there's a whole issue with this. If you guys don't know by now, I don't make my decisions based off of my perspective, because there's nothing in the Bible that says that there's multiple different alien extraterrestrial races. However, there are, things in the Bible that talk about different beings, none of which are reptilian, not that I know of. And yet I think that there's a reptilian race of beings out there, right? So obviously not everything that I take is a biblical perspective. There's a lot of things I can go on all day long about all of the things that I think and believe about the phenomena that are not biblically, they're not written in the Bible, but they are observable in my experience, and so I have to consider them. And so for me, it's not about like, oh, do my feelings paint my perspective? I let the data paint my perspective, not my feelings or my belief in anything else. And so to me, what do I base my thinking off of? Well, what does the data suggest? And the data doesn't suggest, for example, that there's an ambiguous outlook on the phenomena by the military or by the DoD or whatever. The data suggests that there's a very clear understanding of what the phenomena represents based off of activities that they're aware of that we're not. And when Linda Moulton Howe, for example, talks about her perspective, there's a lot of things she believes. Intergalactic federations, people that are on other planets that are, that could be, planet Serpo and all this other crap.
So specifically, as far as the mutilations go, the data that she received was a photo, and that's the only thing that she had to go by, and she turned it over to the person that would be, in her eyes, the correct person to turn the photo over to, and that person, just by the only evidence she had was the photo, mind you.
Yeah.
And they basically deemed that the second that they saw it, that because of the burn marks that were on some of these photos, including the genitalia area and other parts of the body, that it looked like Agent Orange burn.
Oh.
So it looked like Agent Orange.
What's that?
Burn. Agent Orange was something
I'm
that was used in Vietnam.
I'm sorry, I got you. For a second, I thought you were talking about an actual person. Like, wait, what? I know what you're talking about. So
yeah, so basically, according to the photo that she presented, that's what it looked like.
Yeah.
Now, why am I with her? on this very specific issue because she had been investigating all of a lot more than, I mean, she saw more than photos, right? When she was investigating herself, she saw, she was in some of those, she was in the vicinity of some of these things, and she got to see what these things look like. And her investigation, if she's telling me these things are not the same, I'm more generally likely to believe her because she's just by the amount of data that she has versus the one photo that, you know, this guy sent that looked like completely something else. That's why I'm saying when I believe her, I don't mean in general I believe all of her teachings or whatever. I'm just saying in this very specific instance, she seems to be a lot more correct about this. I don't believe in galactic federations either, by the way. I'm not like...
You do realize that's a literal cherry picking. And I'm not being, I want to get to work through this logic critically for both of us, not and for the audience, specifically the audience.
Sure. So are we talking about human mutilations in general? I mean, specific though. That's why I'm going. Yeah.
Human mutilations have been talked about across different cultures. Specifically, when we talk about Brazil and Peru, I mentioned before that Peru and Brazil, well, Brazil entirely has been experiencing the phenomenon in a very, very hostile way. Everything from human mutilations to orbs literally attacking entire villages have happened with people in Brazil. And that's been documented by the military, the Brazilian military, as well as the U.S. military has gotten involved with looking and investigating this phenomenon. The military, our U.S. military, has gotten involved with investigating that phenomenon. Many people in Brazil have called for help from the military because of fighting against or having issues with this phenomena, specifically orbs and beings that have terrorized communities throughout Brazil. And so for me, when I think about what do I look at? Well, I mean, I'm not talking about one picture that Linda Moulton Howe found that she rejected. I think she's probably right about that one picture. But is there a greater phenomena here that is involved with human mutilation as well as a negative, a very hostile intent towards humans from the phenomena? The answer is absolutely unequivocally 100% yes. It's just not being experienced here in America. It's being experienced by the Brazilian population or people in Peru, for example, specifically in this situation. We don't know about the Peru situation that's happening now, but Timothy Alberino also mentioned what's called the face peelers. These alleged beings that have been going around literally mutilating human beings and leaving their bodies like they've seen. Now, do you think that miners have medical technology to be able to replicate that, the cow mutilation type effects? I don't. I don't have any data on that. There is no data on that. But there is data on the phenomena being having hostile intentions and committing hostile acts towards humans. The question still remains: is hostility that we experience what they intend, or is that just a consequence of their nature? And does it matter?
I'll take it, Gary.
What? Say that again.
I said, "Do you want to take it, Gary?" I'm like the only one to answer. Anybody else?
I think Gary's on Twitter right now. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm here. I'm listening.
What do you think, Peanut? Do you think that? So here's what I liked. This is what I think is important about balance. The phenomena may not be whatever it's doing, because we wanted to, bring this back to techno-terrestrial. Whatever it's doing, it may not be doing it. It may be in some cases doing things that are hostile to us, but maybe you guys remember the Ender's Game movie? Do you know what happened in Ender's Game? Does anybody know the movie Ender's Game at all? It's one of the coolest movies of all time. Yeah. Nobody's seen Ender's Game? Chat, have you seen Ender's Game? Hit me up in the chat. And I don't hear any voices. Did I lose the whole...
Was it really that good if no one else saw it?
Oh my gosh.
Was it made in 2013?
Yeah.
It's old. Yeah, it's an old
With
movie.
Harrison Ford, I think.
It's one of the greatest movies of all time. It's also a great book, by the way. And so what we have with Ender's Game is a race of alien beings they call them the buggers, right? Well, that's not their real name, but they're buggers. And I did a movie review on this here. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can play that real quick. You know what? I don't feel like doing it. Anyway, because you guys can check it out some other time. But anyway, so the buggers came to our planet because they were looking for resources, specifically water. And they came in swarms and they attacked us. and we fought back and we eventually won. But then we went off and looked for their home planet. We took their technology that they left behind because we defeated them. We went to their home planet, and then we wanted to essentially wipe them out before they wiped us out, because they could have wiped us out if they would have come in full force. So before that happened, the military decided it's best for us to just go to their home planet, find them, and wipe them out. And that's what we did. And we used it through. I'm not going to go into that situation. But ultimately, what they found out was that they were just looking for a place. Their planet was dying. And they didn't have a choice but to go and seed life somewhere else in the cosmos. And they found our planet and didn't know that there was other life here, sentient life here. And they made a mistake. They screwed up. So we wiped them out on our planet, and then we went to their home planet and we wiped them out again. We wiped the whole planet out, the whole freaking planet. But what we did was wrong, because they were never going to come back. But because there was a possibility that if they did come back, we would never win that fight, we had no choice in the military's mind but to go to their planet and extinct them. Literally extinct them. Terrible, terrible outcome. But it's a nuanced story. And the story is that of military dominance, but also a necessity for protecting the planet. So that's the premise of that. That's kind of the premise of that whole, part of the premise of that whole movie, without spoiling too much. This phenomenon may be similar to that, akin to that, where it's come to our planet for whatever, who knows what purpose it's come here for. It's doing all these different activities. The military is aware of it. Some of it's not good. Some of it may be bad for us. But ultimately, what should we do about it? That's what I always want. Like, what should we do about any of it? Does anybody have any perspective on that?
Well, it sounds like they're not going to tell us any more or have any more hearings, so there's nothing much we can do other than
speculate,
keep watching YouTube videos and stuff like that.
I think we are putting way too much trust in the overall government to be able to tell us things. So if we were to take a positive step ourselves as human beings, that if you want an answer, it's basically if you want something done, like try to get it done yourself kind of attitude about it. Would be try to go out there yourself, whether it's as a journalist or as an investigator, and try to get firsthand data yourself. And because whatever we get from the media is going to be just what we get, and whatever we get from the government is going to be just that, and they're not going to ever give you everything that you want to know. I think the best way to do, I'm not saying you're going to get all the answers by going out there in the woods, in the middle of the night, setting up some IR camera, looking in the sky, that you're going to get answers. I'm not suggesting that at all, but yeah, if you do have to do that as well to, so you can have your own answers, we got to be able to do that as human beings. We can't just sit back and expect the government or anybody else to give us all the answers. I think we have to put ourselves out there as well, and there's certain things in a safe way we can do this. I believe that we can be safe about doing this. We don't have to go out there and do CE5 kind of things where you don't know what you're doing, or you're trying to get in touch with these things telepathically and it ends up not being so good for you. There's those possibilities as well, but I would suggest that we take the approach of trying to get things done ourselves as well. As I think that would be a positive step for a lot of people.
So what about I am of the persuasion that, I don't have the resources to go out and do what you like. MUFON, for example, is a perfect example of people not trusting boots on the ground researchers. The UFO community has completely rejected MUFON and their data because of what I think is ridiculous ideas. I mean, I do understand the idea of the resistance, but I think that it is extremely counterproductive to progress when it comes to investigating the phenomena with boots on the ground. What about MUFON? I mean, people reject MUFON now. At least today, the UFO community rejects it.
when I say boots on the ground, I don't mean as a part of like some greater entity that you necessarily have to abide by their terms and conditions as to what is and what isn't. I'm saying go out there by yourself and try to figure stuff out yourself. I mean, we do like, for as little as we do have certain things. We have access to, technology that we don't have to use just regular cameras. We have access to all kinds of other things. We don't have to just use naked eye, and we have other scientific and investigative methods that we don't
but we don't have, like, for example, and I'm just throwing this out there. I'm not saying I'm aware of any kind of. We don't have, say, a artificially intelligent robot, right? That's maybe collecting data from multiple different sensor systems that cost over a couple $100 million across the world, from some, I don't know, organization that might be observing the skies. I don't NGA, I don't know. Maybe that's something like that. We don't have something.
We have nowhere near that capability.
Which means we'll
that doesn't mean that
fully
we can't do it.
understand what's going on unless we have access to real data. Like a mass amount of data. If I were to go to 100 people's houses and they all said, "Listen, I saw aliens and they all eat chicken pot pie." Like, they seriously, I've seen them. I've sat with them. They've made me chicken pot pie. It's amazing. That's 100 people I've investigated. Listen, man, it took me 2 years to investigate all those people. I traveled all over the country. As a matter of fact, I had to go travel across the world to see all these people. Okay, fine. I've got 100 people that say that chicken pot pie is what aliens eat, and this is the truth, right? There are 8 billion people in this world.
Okay, man. But you got another guy that says that's conducted the same research, 100 people, let's say, the same research, and they come to a different conclusion that they don't eat chicken pot pie.
Yep.
Then what are you going to go with? Because we have that right now. That's what's happening right now.
No, that's kind of what's happening. What's happening is that, yes, you're right. That is what's happening. There's something else happening, though. People are rejecting the big data. For example, Leslie Kean has done the same thing because it is her job as a reporter to do that, and people are accept her as a reporter, but reject her data because they don't like what it represents. Even though if there's anybody is connected to people that have those mass amounts of data that I just referred to, it would be Leslie Kean being able to contact those kind of people. But we reject it because we think that for some reason she's connected to the shadow government, even though she had to fight her way to get the New York Times article even in by the way, the Newsmax.
Listen, if I wanted to, I mean, I can totally, if I looked at it through a specific scope, I could, basically tear her story apart too, but I don't. But I can, but I choose not to, is what I'm saying. Like, there's Leslie Kean, first of all, right? Like, if we're looking at it from the point of view, like, she had all of this access and she talked to all these people.
Yeah.
First of all, she's not a New York Times reporter herself. She doesn't work for the New York Times.
She's a contributor.
She's a freelance, right? Yeah. She's a freelance journalist that basically has to put food on her table. So what do? Like, you give up. This is the story of stories to the New York Times if this turns out to be true. This is a very compelling story. So. Right. She could have just, it could be a sensationalist material to go to the New York Times and say, look, I have this, and this. This is going to be huge. What are they going to say? What are they going to say? No. They could have said no, but I'm saying that
they did say no. She had to fight to have that put in there.
But she did get the job and she did get money from it, right? Like, she fought for it. She pitched it and she fought for it. Is what I'm saying. So
it's less lucrative than, for example, something that's happening in the financial markets, or, for example, if you're a right-wing conspiracy theorist, you're going to make way more money than anything, because there's a lot of money in right-wing conspiracy theories today.
She doesn't have access to making money in the markets. This is her profession. I'm just saying, like,
her profession is she's not a ufologist.
No, but she's a journalist. I'm saying she pitches stories, and this is a story that was. Taboo. Most likely to get picked up from somewhere.
Yeah, but it's taboo, man.
It's taboo, but it sells. It sells. People
sells more.
People want to know. People want to know if there's UFOs or not. I would pick that up. Article if I saw in the New York Times. It's a big it's a big name. Like, it's the New York Times. It'd be like the Wall Street Journal or something like that. Exactly. So yeah, I would want to get published in that 100%.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not.
I'm just.
I
wait.
think
You understand what I'm saying, though?
Yeah. I think
correct.
I
I
think
believe her, but
yeah.
I'm saying there could be people that look at it that way.
Well, they would be.
Is what I'm saying.
That would be an illogical. That would be an illogical, like, process.
It's not completely logical. It's not.
I mean, if you were to dispel all the other, like, realities, and yes, you could do that, and it would be a valid perspective. But you'd have to dispel so much. You have to dispel so much logic, so many other angles in order to have that perspective. There are people who literally have told me that because I've done a lot of the research that I have and have all the information that I do, that I am by default untrustworthy, because those who are most informed have corrupted data, and so as a consequence, you are not going to give the right perspective.
Yeah, some people can look at it that way. Sure. Do you care about that?
Yes, because that's what the dominant thought is in ufology right now. It's what's.
No, do you care that people don't accept you though? Like,
oh, accept me personally? No.
What
I worry about is
right.
the fact that kind of thinking is prevalent. That genuinely scares me. I mean, I don't care if anybody believes anything that I say. I care that people, when they do the research, they still reject the data. Like, that concerns me. That really concerns me. Like, for example, if a random researcher out there says that I saw aliens my whole life and they told me that they love me and they love you, that one person writes a book about it and then creates an entire sect of belief, like a religion, and then people are like, well, haven't you read that? And I'm like, and they're like, see, you don't have a full perspective. That scares me, because that's one data point. That's one data point. Whereas somebody like Leslie Kean, who's done it over the course of a decade, has a perspective and then says, I've investigated not just people that are in their bedrooms, but also people that are dealing with the phenomena directly as a part of these crash retrieval programs. Like, that's a bigger data point, I mean, objectively so, than somebody that says that they saw Pleiadians in their bedroom for 10 years and they know for sure what the Pleiadians believe and that you should believe them because they're not a part of the government. That's a scary.
What if that one data point was corroborated by, say, an ex-president that believed the same thing?
It doesn't matter, because is it a single So, for example, let's say that.
I'm saying, does the person that's in the know as big as someone like someone like Carter or something like that, you don't think they have more knowledge and they would add more weight to the conversation if they corroborated the story of one data point?
Let's put it this way. Back in the so there's a theory out there. Well, I don't want to say who's put this out there because I don't want to get in trouble for who it is, but there's a theory out there that aliens let's talk about Stephen Greer. Stephen Greer has talked to multiple different witnesses. I mean, he's got hundreds of witnesses compiled on his YouTube channel. There's a whole playlist of, like, expert witnesses, people that were in government, people that were a part of the presidencies and so forth, people that were in the military. NASA astronauts have talked on behalf of Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project movement. There's a lot of information that Stephen Greer had, especially in 2001. We all talk about this. That is extremely credible and valid when it comes to this conversation, right? I believe that. But then you got also the other thing where he's charging people thousands of dollars to go to events for him to speak it on their podcast, thousands of dollars to go to his CE5 events. If you want to learn about how to be a CE5 contactee, he's got an application.
Trying to monetize it, right?
He is 100% monetizing. Well, that's obvious. There's no confusion there. Versus somebody who writes an article and that's what their job is and gets paid for it. People are like, well, that's the same thing. That false equivalency is so terrifying.
I'm not saying that at all. Yeah, I don't equate Greer to her. I'm not saying that.
But a lot of people will, because they use the very same logic that you presented about who should we trust. So if the weight is on the person speaking, Stephen Greer is an emergency room medical doctor, I believe, or physician or whatever he was. That was his profession before. I mean, the guy is obviously a smart guy. Obviously, even when he talks, you can tell he's a smart guy. But listen to him talk. I, me. I have the information. I have the data. I know this. I did this. And if I told him and he didn't, again, if you
he's
just
very
understand-
egotistical about the whole thing.
right?
And his
So you
involvement with the whole
you
thing.
couple that with the inappropriate nature of his little expeditions out
Monetization
there.
scheme.
Well,
Okay.
beyond that, there's other things about him that that are. Again, I don't want to get too into it, but there's a lot of other things about his activities that are concerning too. And so you got a cult leader. You have a literal. If you look up the definition of a cult leader and look at what the nature of a cult leader is, he's a cult leader. He's had real people. How do you pick from that? Well, I would say who are the people that have said it? What do they say? How do they say it? What do they know? What are they saying they know? How are they presenting that information? And how has it been corroborated by anybody else in the field ever? That's what I would say. Not did somebody credible say something. Has that information been corroborated? What is the weight of that data? How much of that data is in the there's so much more that needs. You can't just take it from one data point and say, oh, this one. Listen, people eat food, and so basically, Linda Moulton Howe and Leslie King and Stephen Greer are all the same because they all eat food, and that one data point is true. But there are some pretty stark differences between them, other than just eating food, and that's what people do with this phenomena. They will take someone that has one data point similar, and they'll conjoin them together. They'll conflate them together by that one anchoring them by that one data point. Dangerous, and honestly, it's unintelligent. And when I should say, it's just not a complex way of thinking about it, and it's not critical thinking. That is not how you critical
Greer's data point involves so many other data points. Just like I would say Carter's data points would involve.
What's Carter's data point?
Well, the whole intelligence community that's given him this info.
What?
That would be his. If he believed that there was that religion was involved and the aliens are involved with the making of religion and all that.
Most religions, yeah, I believe I've heard that.
So
I believe that.
If he got this data point, which is the same guy in his bedroom that's been experiencing the same thing, but Carter were to say the same thing, let's say, I would weigh Carter's opinion along with that person's heavily, because Carter is not just one data point. His one data point is being fed by multiple data points, just like Greer. I don't necessarily trust Greer, but I definitely believe a lot of the people that were on that panel. So it's not just one data point. It's multiple data points coming into one data point, just like Grush. Grush is one data point, but there's a lot of people feeding into that data point.
Why?
For him to get.
What would make Grush different than Stephen Greer?
Well, there's a whole bunch of different things about that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying as far as how many sources that person has to work with. You can't just look at it as one single data point, right?
Yeah, of course not.
That's what I'm trying to say. So for Greer, do you trust the people that were on his panel, on the disclosure panel?
No, not all of them. No, because Greer is
anyone.
Yes, some of them. So another issue with this is that the claims that were made on the recent panel are uncorroborated. I mean,
the 2001 panel.
The 2001. Oh, there were so many people. There are some people. I mean, there are people that are there. Bob Salas was a part of that. Richard Dolan was there. Stephen Bassett was there. And again, me and Stephen, I don't agree with everything that Stephen Bassett says, but man, you can't deny that the man is respected in the UFO community because of his efforts for over the last several decades. But does that mean that Stephen Greer can be trusted? Absolutely not. And so if there are some people that say things in the 2001 panel that I believe, I would say it'd be the people that have been consistent with their story for the last several decades, that have presented their military DD-214s, that they did that as well, and the people, because that is a double verification there. Where were they? What did they say? What are their claims? And the people that have, for example, not been discredited by their peers, haven't discredited them, or at least haven't discredited them in a way that's not, because you can smear someone because you don't like them. They did it with Grush. But I mean, is somebody parroting the DOD's, claims? Well, no. Is somebody parroting somebody who's been a part of the disinformation campaign? Yes. For example, I can't. I'm writing a fine line here. There's a person in the UFO community that's known for disinformation that has an idea about the phenomena that is shared by Stephen Greer. So what do we say about that? What do we say about that? We have to be cautious of that information.
Right. So you pick and choose, just based on your smarts, and you have to.
But how you pick and choose is relevant and of the utmost importance. Do I pick and choose because I like something, or do I pick and choose because the data suggests that I should pick and choose something? Most people that I talk to pick and choose because they like something or they don't like something. It has nothing to do with whether or not the data point points to true or not. It's about their affinity for the topic or their disdain for it. So, for example, people say, oh, Marquise, you're peddling fear. Well, what does that mean? What do you mean I'm peddling fear? By stating things that are true, but that you don't like to be true. If it's true that there's something happening, but it's not good, am I peddling fear or am I speaking about a data point that's true? People don't separate the two. They conflate them and say it's just peddling fear. And then they'll gravitate towards positive narratives that have less credibility because they feel better about those narratives, and that's terrifying to me. Now how do we make sense of that? And what should we base our perspectives on? It's about the data leading us to those perspectives, not our feelings leading us to those perspectives. Are aliens good? I don't know. Are aliens bad? I don't know. I know that there are things that are done that are unfavorable towards humanity, and I know that there are things that are done that are favorable towards humanity. So how do we make sense of that data, and what should we focus on? Should we accept the positive? Of course not. Should we reject the positive? Of course not. Should we accept the negative? Of course not. Should we reject the negative? I believe we should. And so some people are doing this, of course not across the board, because we don't know, which is, in essence, it's dangerous, because you are literally leaving yourself and the population vulnerable to a potential danger. You need to be able to put that into perspective in a way that's logical and that is through critical thinking, and that's what I'm trying to present to you guys in any conversation we have. In this case, without presenting my perspective. I'm just saying that when we look at the phenomena, if there's a bad thing, we should see it as bad, not ambiguously pontificate about it. We should not say it's benign. We should see it as bad.
Right.
That's my
and
perspective.
If there's good,
we should see it as good. And we should be. But I also think that we should also put that in perspective of, is that good? What is the purpose of that good? Because if there's something working in a clandestine manner, for example, if the U.S. military says, we're going to provide people with housing, clothing, and food, people say, I don't want it because they're going to take away our freedoms. Well, you're using critical thinking right now. Because what you're saying is that what is the ulterior motive in providing that safety net for people? The government wants to help you. They believe in universal health care. Wait a minute, don't do that to me, because now I feel like you're going to take away my freedoms. More government means less freedom. Okay, you're critically thinking. Although I disagree with you, I can understand why people come up with those conclusions. In essence, what you're doing is you're choosing how you critically think based off what you have an affinity for or a disdain for. And that's where the danger lies. They do not think critically with the phenomena. They do think critically with the government. It's terrifying.
anyone else?
I think
Peanut.
Peanut is trying to endure my pontification here. You know, she's trying to endure it.
Understand
Huh?
and like figure out if I have a point of view, but I don't think I do.
That's okay. I mean, so for example, like if the government and the Armenian, we do kind of take this into a far deep into the intellectual sphere of this conversation. But let's talk about this in a more practical way. If for example we have this issue with COVID, the government says their intention is to follow the science to protect the people. People are critical. I don't believe that. Why don't they believe it? Because the government has done things in the past that has been bad, and it has never been clear as to what their true intentions are. And so we have to be skeptical of whether or not that is actually good. But with the UFO phenomena, we don't do that. We dispel all critical thinking and say we just don't know. Why do we not do that with our government?
We do. I think when it comes to government, I think I do both. Like with the COVID thing, getting jabs and all of this, like there's like a huge distrust of the government that goes back to like the beginnings of any government. If they want to give me blankets and food, then I might be tempted to think, the British gave the smallpox contaminated blankets to the Shawnee Indians, decimated villages. Like they really did this. So I take everything like with a grain of salt. Same thing with. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I have something. I'm just waiting for you to finish. If anybody has anything to say, interject.
Yeah,
if anybody has anything to say, interject. Like I just did.
Is the question that do we trust the government? I'm sorry, I'm like really slow with this
So
topic.
the question is, why are we exercising critical thinking with the government, but not with the UFO phenomena?
And when it comes to the second part of what I was saying with the government, there's critical thinking. With the aliens or EVE, there's also critical thinking. And my critical thinking is, yes, there's definitely data points that were presented as malevolent, and there's definitely ones that are presented as good. Now, the critical thinking part comes into effect of like you were mentioning the clandestine part, this, that, and if there are ones that are doing things, say the Greys, let's say they're Greys and they're doing bad things to a specific group of people, does that automatically mean that all Greys are bad? And that goes back to the question of, well, if one person of X race does something bad, would I think that all the members of that race are bad? Like, it doesn't, I can't, like, using critical thinking, I cannot justify that all EVE are bad based on specific abduction accounts, nor can I think that they're completely good based on that. That's what I'm trying to get to. I understand, like, things are happening and things are of concern, and those things that are of concern should be of concern. I'm not denying that by any means. I'm not. But if there are also good things out there that are happening to people, I don't want the bad things that are happening to overshadow that. That's where I am with that. So that takes critical thinking to think that, right?
It does. I agree with you on that. Yeah, I am referring to more specifically the idea that when the government wants to do good, and when the UFO phenomena does good, we reject the government, but we accept the phenomena and suspend critical thinking. For example, if like I said, if the phenomena is elusive, clandestine, and in some cases sinister, then how can we trust anything that's positive, given that its intentions might be to manipulate the population? Because that's what it does through the abduction phenomena.
My personal history with the government and all the history that I've read with the government has a lot more negative connotations. So the history of that comes into play. My history with UAP aliens is the history of, like, I don't know any of their history in relation to what I know about the government, what they do.
That's actually a really good. That is an excellent point. That is an excellent point. Wouldn't you be more concerned about something that's so elusive that, imagine if we never knew anything about what the government, like, it was always elusive, there was always something, like, there was never really anything clear, everything was always ambiguous, but there was always, like, you could tell that something wasn't right, but you could never tell exactly what, because sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. How would you feel about the government then?
That's exactly how it is now, and I hate them all.
It's difficult to. I am. Listen, I'm not. I'm just curious about the thinking behind, right? Because what I want to do more often is I want to get your thinking on this versus mine. I think you guys pretty much get. I don't think you understand what I believe. I think you misunderstand it completely. But I want to understand, and I want to explore how you see these things and how you're coming up with your thinking about them, for two reasons. One, I think that we as a human population, we fight each other on a lot of things, and I don't believe that we should ever, I don't know, like, I feel like we need to be better towards each other. We need to be much better towards each other.
I agree.
I think we need to be more lenient towards each other as well, and understand where we're coming from. There's an example in psychology of people of an elephant, right? If you teach an elephant has great memory. One of the things that psychologists did was they studied how elephants learn how to be obedient at a very young age, and this applies to all organisms for the most part, especially ones with good memory and things like that. Where at a young age, an elephant is tied by a rope, and that rope has a certain radius to it. And that radius, it for years and years and years, from birth on, it learns to never go outside of that radius. All right. And as a consequence, when it gets older, they remove that rope, and that elephant will forever understand that it should never go outside of that radius. It's going to be stuck there forever. Would we blame the elephant for never going outside of the radius? Because it has choice in it. It's a big giant elephant. You could trample over people. Why don't you just leave and escape and go out, go off on your own? Why do you let the humans capture you? Just fight back. But if you look at the psychology behind that, the elephant doesn't even know that it has the ability to fight back. It believes, because of its upbringing, because of what it's been taught, because of those parameters it's been taught since a young age, through the development of its adolescence, its brain believes there is no other way. Human beings are very similar, and we do not show the same empathy that we do towards anything that is non-human, whether it be animal or these other intelligences. We do this thing where we say a human's bad because, but aliens and animals, pit bulls aren't that bad. It's how you raise them. But black people and Mexicans, they're just, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I just had to throw a little, it just it baffles me that the government, right? Well, who's running the government? People, a lot of them who believe in what they're doing is the right thing. Some not so much, but all of which have been raised to believe that this is the way that things have to be. There are no, gods that we know of running the country that have known for thousands of years how things are and are just making, that's not what's happening. People are being born, they're being raised in a society and being taught that this is how things are, and as a consequence, they are just naturally aligning with and maligning with the nature of our society. And we don't show empathy towards those people. We attack them and we hate them. But we don't we don't exercise the same feeling towards something that's not human, whether it be animal or alien. It's just despicable in my opinion.
I think my mistrust in the government started at a really early age, whether I knew it or not, and it only continued to be true throughout my life. I don't know. And I was also raised religious, so the idea that there are other beings with insane, unfathomable powers and things that we can't even imagine, I've also been used to that concept my whole life. So, kind of like what the Armenian said, it's like, I haven't even met these beings, so how could I possibly know what they're truly like and what their intentions are and whatnot?
Couldn't you say the same thing about demons? Maybe we just misunderstand them, right?
I've had experiences with demons, in my opinion, too. Like, I know they exist, and I don't necessarily accept them or like bad spirits. I literally tell them, get out the door.
What if they're seeking a connection with, they're desperate for some kind of a positive interaction with human beings because we have that feeling of love and compassion. We have the capacity.
Demons or aliens?
Demons. What if that's what they feel? What if we don't understand them fully?
Well, then they're not really demons. That's not
exactly
that's not how they describe demons at all. Because demons are things that are evil to the core. They don't have love. They only have
by
hate
definition.
According to what?
Yeah, they cannot.
You mean according to a human's
perspective?
No, by definition.
No. Like, what it literally means as a definition of a demon is that if it has the quality of wanting love, then it is not a demon by definition.
That's excellent. I'm glad we're having this conversation. So you're saying that by definition, a demon it cannot be good because it is, again, by its nature, by definition, it's evil. It's what we consider evil.
Right.
So you can't see demons. You can't misinterpret that at all. Okay.
Yeah.
By the definition that they're given, they're lower negative vibration entities that don't have any cause to want to connect with humanity or want to help with humanity. So there's no data to suggest that demons want to do this, right?
No,
and when I talk about data, I'm talking about like the demons themselves. They don't. If there is,
well, keep in mind there are people who believe. There are people who believe, and this is in demonology and If there's a demonologist that I got to get a hold of him again and have this conversation. There are people in Satanism who believe that Satan is the hero of this story, and that the Bible was written by people who by a being that is essentially against human progress. That's essentially what the Bible was made for, was to stifle human progress, and the
definitions from both perspectives are not the same. If you're looking at demons from like the Christian point of view, a demon, and it gets called in occult circles as well, but people, when they summon Lucifer, they don't look at Lucifer as a malevolent entity at all. Right. So it doesn't fit the definition of a demon in their eyes.
But does it objectively fit the definition anyway? Because what is Satan? What is the nature of a Satan, right? What is the nature of Satan himself? By definition, what is Satan?
Well, Satan and Lucifer are different aspects of the same entity. You gotta, like, when it comes to occult stuff like that, it's completely different. It's not as black and white as like Christians say Lucifer and Satan are the same thing.
Are you telling me that Lucifer and Satan are different beings? Is that what you believe?
Well, in occult circles, 100%, they like the way you see.
So you're saying there's interpretation.
There's interpretation, like the way you look at Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit in Christianity are different aspects of the same Godhead, right?
I'm not going to get into that, especially on live.
It's always been my understanding that the Trinity is just one entity, and he can take whatever.
Correct. So, like, I'm just trying to make you understand, like, it's not the same thing, and like people that go to Lucifer for knowledge and things like that, there's a lot of people in the occult world that go because Lucifer is the light entity side of the being. So they don't go to Lucifer as an evil being. You would go to demons if you want to do like dirty stuff to
not according to
people.
See, you're talking. This is what I mean about not being logically consistent. Because in the occult, and we can get into the occult. I'd have to bring my data points for this one.
Yeah, please do.
But in terms of demonology, they do not think that demons are essentially the bad ones. Again, they are the workers of Lucifer. They're the helpers of Lucifer. And so again, by the nature of that interpretation, it isn't bad for the people to summon demons, because demons will give them abilities, powers, and things that they want. They'll do their bidding. They'll help them in life, just like people who believe in angels.
There's negative parts of that as well, 100%. I'm just saying from a Christian point of view. You're not going to know unless you're in it, right? Like a person that's into that stuff is not going to tell you about Christianity in the same way you're not going to be able to understand demonology.
You just told me that by nature demons are bad, but by nature Satan is not. But like there's a distinction between Satan and Lucifer.
There is a distinction between the thought processes of going into both. I'm saying as a Christian, Satan and demons and Lucifer are in the same boat, right?
Wait, say that again? Satan, Lucifer, and what?
And demons they're all on the same boat as far as like they're opposed to God.
So Lucifer and Satan are just different names for the same being in the Bible. They're not. There is no distinction between them, other than like God being called Jehovah or Yahweh. Like there are different names. There are God being called.
It's not in the Bible. Actually, if you look at the Bible, it's not even the same entity, and there's distinctions as to what Lucifer is. And there's distinctions as to what other things are. Like sometimes Lucifer in the Bible pertains to, I believe, Venus or the morning star, as well as a planet, as a body.
You're talking about different titles for the same being. I'm telling you this for a fact, my friend. I mean, we can definitely go down that road on another.
Let's do that, because
there's definitely
we can definitely,
misinterpretation there, my guy.
There definitely is.
Oh, you can, but like you would then.
I would not be the only odd duck to say
you're
so
not.
Either.
So you're not doing anything that somebody else would do through misinterpreting what the Bible says, but then you would be misinterpreting it. You wouldn't be. It wouldn't be
your eyes, yes, because I'm not. I don't have the same data points as you. Then you're gonna call me
data points,
saying that you're gonna say that I'm misinterpreting because I don't look at things the way you're looking at it. I understand. That's what everybody does. I mean, but I'm saying there are other ways to look at it.
What? So demons are different. Demons are the same, but Satan and Lucifer are not the same, according to you.
I can definitely get into it. I will definitely on this put up a whole bunch of different information if you want to really get into it, because.
Yeah, what are we going by biblical, or are we going by lore, by like the interpretations of people in the occult? Because if there's definitely interpretations based off of people in the occult, but that's just like I just mentioned. There are different interpretations of demons and their intentions in the occult as well. but you don't accept that. That's, you understand, like, there's a logical inconsistency here. Lucifer, Satan, the morning star, they're all
My
different.
point is, the whole point in this is you're describing we're talking about aliens, right? And you were saying aliens can be, or you're saying demons can only be described as evil. Is that what you wanted to relate?
No.
Are you trying to relate that to like how aliens are? Is it, that's the whole point of this, right?
Well, I'm trying to, I'm talking about the nature of something. Like,
so the nature of
the nature of a demon.
So tell me about the nature of aliens versus demons, then. Tell me. I mean, like,
the only
tell
thing
me like what you think.
We've gone over this extensively, exhaustively. I don't want to go, because every time I do it makes Garyoki have a heart attack and a bit of an aneurysm. I want him to live, so I don't want to do that. But like, there's a lot of there's an elusive nature, there's a deceptive nature, and there's a clandestine nature, all of which can be likened to, if you will, the nature of Lucifer, the morning star, the devil, or demons, because they are by their nature deceptive, elusive, and their purpose is to deceive humanity into thinking that, oh, not only are you God, not only are you hey, you can do this without God. I mean, Peanut, what did Satan do? He wanted to be God. He rose up against God.
Yeah.
He did it as well, by the way, with his disdain for humanity, with the intention of deceiving us so that he could obtain the right to our soul of some kind. And so if you think about it,
interesting. How many people in the Bible has God killed versus how many people Satan has killed? Let's go by malevolent.
Well, I mean,
acts.
everybody that dies is if you want to go by that. I don't want to have a religious debate of whether or not God is, because what you're doing now is this is
what is murder evil?
According to the Bible, yeah, right. Thou shalt not.
Okay,
kill.
so did God kill people?
From what I absolutely, there was, it wiped out an
okay,
entire
is God
civilization.
elusive? Is God elusive?
No, because according to
you
the
don't
Bible,
think God is elusive? You think everybody has access to God?
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, that's, but keep in mind, keep in mind, this is a belief, man. I mean, like,
I understand, and this is my belief,
just to be
and
clear,
I'm taking the other part of it. Right, and I'm taking, mine is not even a belief, I'm just trying to counter by the same framework that you're saying that, you know, these entities are this or that. You're saying
I'm not saying that aliens are demons, bro.
You said
no,
aliens are elusive.
They are elusive.
Right?
Right, yeah,
You
but I'm not saying they're demons.
They can be evil, they can be good, the same as Lucifer, you just said.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, but
so you're comparing that.
What's the intention
you're
of
literally
wiping out?
comparing.
What's the difference between wiping out a civilization because
And I'm saying God is the same. God can be elusive.
That is a perspective.
It is a perspective, but the data points correlate. God can be elusive. God can be evil or good, right? And that's exactly what it is. But
what's the intention of Lucifer? What's the intention?
So maybe that's why some people see aliens as a godhead as well. I don't know, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, why do you think people see Lucifer? I'm sorry. Wait. Why do you think people see? Hold on one second. Let me see how I was going to say this in one way, but I lost my train of thought when we got to talking about. Why do you think people see Lucifer as bad? Like, what's the difference between the intentions of Lucifer and the intentions of God, according to the what's? I mean, again, we got to be logically consistent. Everybody.
According to who?
Well, everybody here agrees that demons are bad because they're objectively bad, right? Why are they objectively bad? Because you said by definition a demon is one thing. Well,
they can only come from a negative, right?
Well, then wouldn't that be the same thing as Lucifer?
According to no.
Why?
Because Lucifer. Okay, Lucifer's whole thing with Lucifer was, first of all, the brightest of the angels and next to God and like one of the most favored, right?
Yeah, the most beautiful.
He was the most favored.
Yeah.
The most favored. So when Lucifer, according to the story, he didn't like the way things that God was running. I'm sorry about the phone. And he wanted to ascend into the same throne as God, right? We're looking at basically, we're looking at a complete, like you as a human being, you always want you want to improve, right? You want to do good. You want to get to your best state. You want to, okay, so if you look at as Lucifer as an ascending, like I want the best, I want to be the best as the intention, rather than a demonic is completely different. We're talking about malevolent and very, very specifically evil intentions. We're not talking about ascension of self. We're talking about the destruction of others through jealousy. It's a completely different energy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You are contending that the nature of what God wants for humanity and the nature of what Lucifer wants for humanity are what create the distinctions between demons and Lucifer himself. Because Lucifer is, in essence, saying that you can be your own God and that you don't need God. You can ascend to a level of greatness and power without the help of and direction of God. Whereas God is saying that you need God to do that, to do this, to be your greatest self. Right? The connection with God is the ultimate aim of humanity.
So biblically, biblically, it's like two different points of view. My point of view, what I'm trying to tell you is that Lucifer energy in ascending and trying to be self-sustaining best, and he wants the throne of God, meaning that he wants to be at the top of creation. He wants to be able to control everything himself. Is a completely different energy. And you can ask anybody this. Demons are not about that energy. Demons are not trying to...
What does the Bible call Lucifer? Peanut, you know it. Like, what is the one?
I'm blanking.
A liar. Right? A liar. Literally the one of the most. I this is what gets me sometimes about this is actually really interesting. I didn't think that you'd be. I know Garioki gets really upset about these conversations, but hey, listen, I enjoy it. Lucifer is a liar. Like, that's literally biblically sound. That if you're talking about the being Lucifer comes from the Bible, the Christian Bible, he is a liar.
And the Bible is, you understand, that's a very factional way of looking at things. You're on God's side if you're only taking the Bible's word for it. And what do you do with if you're anybody and you don't like somebody, what's the first thing you say? They're liars. They're full of shit. So
you're saying that God's just saying that?
No, I'm saying from the Christian point of view, that's what it is. Of course, he's going to call Satan a liar. He's going to call the person that is, on the opposition side a liar, and everything else, basically. You do understand that that's his book. He's gathered for the book is gathered for the testament of God and his side, right?
Well, the one thing you left out about Satan and what he wants is, even though he does want all those things, is in the end he wants us to come down and suffer with him.
Yeah, that's
at least from point of view. Yeah. So he may give us all this great stuff for now, but it's for a reason, and then God wants the total opposite of that. In our religion, he wants us to come up and be in everlasting peace and love through him, and so there is that too.
I get that 100%, and that's a completely biblical point of view. And this goes back to what I say about the Prometheus idea. For me, it goes back to that. It's did Prometheus give humans fire with the intention that that they were going to blow themselves up, or do you think he gave fire to aid humanity?
I mean, if we're talking about the Lord behind
so if you're talking,
I mean, according to the gods, we weren't supposed to have it. What was I don't know what the gods meant. I think that it was because of the destructive nature of fire, but personally, I think that story was an allegory versus a literal fire. I think whatever that was, if it's
100%, but it's well. Okay, so if Lucifer is here to, let's say, for argument's sake, give you knowledge and whatever, only to give it to you for your own destruction, it's the same thing, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm asking you. So would you take the fire that Prometheus gave you?
No,
would you use it?
Heck no. What the freak would I do that for?
So you would rather live in the fields with not knowing the taste of cooked meat?
Yeah,
right?
Well, first of all, I don't eat meat anyway, so it doesn't really affect me. But if for example,
so be it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's
cool.
not.
I'm trying to get back to that way of life too. I'm trying to get rid of all this technology and chemicals and.
How about no fire? Would you cook your meat?
Who needs fire whenever you can eat through? I mean, it's.
I got the desert sun out here. It's gonna cook my meat for me.
About shelter and everything that fire provides you.
I would think that it's an allegory. Like, the Bible doesn't say we're not allowed to have fire. So I personally would think that was messed up, right? If I would have to, I don't have a logic behind why not having fire would be good. I have no logic behind that because it's not part of my
How about
system.
math? Do you math and all the knowledge that everything that we know.
Bro, listen,
we're talking about.
Who cares? I think that more important than math is how we treat each other. Like, bro,
That's very important,
yeah. In my opinion, if there was no math, but there was an increase in compassion and empathy for people, I think the world would be a better place. If there was only math,
if we had things like music and art, that's a form of math, anyways, too.
it is an expression of math. Yeah, it is an extension of math. Yeah.
Well, you know that like in some circles they believe like music and arts are
certain music is. I mean, Lucifer
like no drums or things like that.
It comes from
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not familiar with all that crap.
It is. I mean, yeah, you don't want to believe it, but there are data points that correlate that specific angels or specific demons.
They'd have to give me a reason why. I've heard about that too, by the way. But I think that more importantly, it would be like, there's this like in heavy metal, for example, right? We can get it. This is probably one of my favorite topics. Heavy metal, they literally talk about worshiping like literally worshiping Satan, and like deleting your mother from existence, and going around hurting people. Like there's a literal like anarchist satanic cult involved with some rock
of it,
as well as
a lot of
rap.
pop music now too.
Yes, that is exactly right.
Yeah,
so
sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, interject, please, Peanut. Interject. Sure. There's also rap music is like, worry about jewelry and having sex with a bunch of different girls and doing drugs and selling drugs. There's a lot of that in rap music that people have an issue with as well. Where did they get that from? Like, why is there a glorification of that? And who's behind that? Is it the rapper, or is it the people that are producing the music that are putting this in the public's eye? It's both, right? What sells? This is, and I'm well aware of how this stuff how it evolved into what it is today. But the reality is that something in our society is pushing for a more, if you would want to talk about degeneracy, a degenerate evolution of society versus anything that's towards true progress. And music there is a direct link between entertainment and degeneracy. And I'm talking about overuse of drugs, promiscuity that is rampant, that causes an increase in STDs, as well as unhappiness, if you will. Only a few people can benefit from. And by the way, just so you guys know, I used to be a pimp daddy. And I regret it because it brought me nothing but loneliness and shame. Especially now that I have a family, I have kids, and I have somebody that I devote myself to. So now I have to look back and think about all the terrible things I've done to satisfy my cravings, my carnal, cravings. Where now it would be so much better if I never did, so I can sit back and tell the person that I'm with and that I love, they are the only person that I've ever been with, right? That there is a benefit to some of these restrictions to human life, and we know that because we feel them when we get to experience those restrictions that people have in our life. So
would you have known what is good if you didn't have what was evil in your life?
I would never even do anything bad because it would be out of my consciousness.
No, I'm saying the bad things that you did, would you have thought, like, would you be as good as you are now if you didn't do some of the bad things
with the way
that
that society is, it's possible if I had the correct upbringing. I believe in nurture 100%. I believe that we have a nature which makes us.
Do you think it would have mattered as much to you? Like, do you think it would have mattered as much to you if you didn't do those things to be good?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've met people, very rarely, but I've met people who are not only happier because they've never experienced some of the ills that I have in my life and done the things that I have done, but they also bring more happiness to the partner that they have. They have a stronger relationship because they've only had one partner, for example, intimately, and so that connection is the strongest that it could possibly be. And if they stick with that person, it only gets stronger over time.
I've met people the exact way that are the same exact opposite that have wondered.
I agree. Yeah.
Why I never did this.
But the question is
how
why?
come as a person I didn't grow?
Why though?
Because they want to know what that would have been like.
Okay, what is it?
It's like missing something. It's
the inclination
experience, knowledge.
It's also the experience of what do you call it? Like, for example, gluttony. Man, I really wish I knew what it was like to eat until I drop while I watch people starve in other countries, right? There's all kinds of things that we can indulge in that are, in essence, they are inconsiderate if you think about the totality of humanity. And if you think about just the nature of your relationship with other people, they're just not great to do. And if you think about the self-development, psychology tells us that there are certain things that you need to resist in life in order to have a healthy psychology. One of those is not to have bunch of people that you've had sex with, they imprint on you. They literally imprint on you. There is a case to be made that having less partners is better than more, and I mean there's a strong case to be made. Now to have only one partner, there's a debate to be had, but to have many, there's definitely a case to be made for the.
Oh, listen, there's debate to be made for whether it's the male that gets to have all those experiences versus the woman. That's
well. Think about what would be more damaging to a. This is going to be controversial. I think that it's more damaging for a female to be promiscuous than it is for a male. Biological, like why would I say that? Because men have their on the outside, and women have on the inside. It collects bacteria and it also spreads more, if you will, of a bacteria than what men do. Women have a far greater risk at bacterial infections and so forth because of how their body is in that way. Now, is it right that men do? No,
so
it's
if
equally
you were to
wrong.
protect yourself while you're doing it, then it's okay.
I still think that there's a harm to be had emotionally. But I mean
So
that's not for me to decide.
that's
That is not
interesting.
something I would ever want anybody. I would never want to decide what somebody does. Look at what I've done. I would be hung at the stake, right? I think that on a tree. I think that people need to make their own mistakes and figure it out themselves, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else, whatever that may be.
I believe in equal rights when it comes to that. I think women. I mean, I don't think women definitely should not be slut shamed because they enjoy certain things.
No, I don't think that at all. I would, bro. Come on. If you're gonna shame anybody, if you're gonna shame anybody, you shame. I mean, men have historically been more promiscuous than women. What's this? Like it's been like a natural thing for. I mean, if you think about
it's more out in the open,
yeah,
for sure, and it's easier
also,
for men to get away with it. Obviously.
And it's culturally like an accomplishment. So like women, if I were to think about I think women are more, if you will, moral than men are generally because women have a much higher propensity to be faithful and loyal than men do. At least this is just my. Again,
I don't know. I think that's.
You could
up
question
to the person. I think that's up to the person. I don't think it's a male or female thing.
It's over.
Hold on one second. I'll be right back, guys. A bit of an emergency.
Sure. What do you think, Peanut?
We're talking about all the crazy things today.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think I have a comment on this one.
Okay. Anything you want to talk about while he's gone? Just throw it out there. Gary, where's Gary?
I don't know. He left a while ago. He was waving
man.
and then yeah.
Because we're talking about this stuff again.
I don't know if he sent you I don't know what videos he sent you, but he sent a really cool one where it was like this dude in the 70s or 80s talking about this really cool futuristic city that he had envisioned.
Yes.
And it was completely eco-friendly and everyone had their needs met.
Socio-engineering, right? Or something like that. It looked like Atlantis or something almost.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
I found that topic very exciting.
That was really cool. Where they would like do all the vegetation and the farming on the outside circle, and then like in the inside circle they would have different things, and there would only be they wouldn't have the need for. They were basically talking about like not having so many material things, but being able to access music the same way. Like not everybody had to have like a record player or a stereo, but
yeah. He had a cool idea for how we would be, like how the music would all be on like one thing, and he was talking about like it was this far out idea.
Yes.
It was a very charming video, and it I had never heard of that up until this point, but it was something that I was always trying to explain. I would mention like, look, we could have the beauty of the ancient civilizations where everything had a purpose, you didn't have more than you needed. But then you could blend it with the now modern beauty of being able to keep ourselves safe and clean and not get sick, and the technology that we've been graced. And I see like this total like Atlantic utopia type thing.
Yes. It reminded me of like what Atlantis would have been in my vision of it.
Yeah,
it's really cool. And to think that they came up with these ideas like in the 70s, and it just never went any further than that. It's crazy. Like. They could have made models of this actually work, but for some reason they didn't either seem it economically possible, or they just didn't want to do it for other reasons. I'm not sure, but
Right. Yeah, you could probably brush it off where experts would be like, oh, it would never work, it would never be
Right.
sustainable. But it's like, did we even try?
we didn't, right?
Right. Yeah. And I can see where they might like gather some of those ideas, because he seemed thoroughly convinced that places like this would basically eliminate crime, would eliminate hunger, that we could set up these amazing pieces of technology and suck all the pollution out of like the cities, break them down, start over, replant the native ecosystems, introduce the animals and bugs back. He seemed very convinced, like, bring me anyone, I will talk to them right now and tell you why we can. So I was like, wow, this sounds great, you know.
That sounds like a really cool idea.
Oh, you guys have no freaking idea.
Tell us.
You ready for this?
Oh,
Jacques, the man we're talking about right now, we're talking about the Venus Project in Jacques Fresco. Jacques Fresco he calls himself a socio-engineer or socio-engineer, where he works on trying to direct society through, like you would say, media and entertainment, and through cultural movements, to try to get them to see life in a different way. He advocates for what's called a resource-based economy. That is essentially where we don't base what our decisions are off of any kind of like, oh, well, we want this because of this ideology or that ideology. We base all of our decision making as a society off of what resources we have available that are sustainable for the long term, versus things that we're just pillaging the earth and taking everything that we can to try to overproduce things for the sake of consumption. We would redesign society from the ground up. He believes in making circular cities where at each section of the city would be traversable for all of your needs. And this is why people reject this idea. Each part of the city that you live in would have within a very close distance to everything that you need. That includes education, entertainment, exploration, nature, anything you want. You could have all of that. Your housing would be built essentially by 3D printing, which we can do today. And so you could have any house you want to. It could be designed however you want to, but that house would be designed engineeringly through the engineering process of what is most efficient, and not just what these square houses that are not weather resistant and not very good for when it comes to maintaining an ecosystem within your home. So temperature, environmental control in your home. They would design it for a much better environmental and ecosystem control in your home. Also to be more resistant to things like hurricanes, extreme weather conditions, and so forth. Everything would be completely redesigned for the sake of improving the quality of human life. The main objective is that of to improve the quality of human life, socially and otherwise. But here's where things get controversial, and there's a lot more to this than that because I spent years and years studying this. It's also in conjunction with what's called the Zeitgeist movement. We'll have to talk about this on another. We could do this tomorrow if you guys want to. We can do this. We can give an introduction tonight.
I mean, I really like the whole idea of it. I'm totally into it.
All right, we'll do it tomorrow then, because there's a lot more to talk about. But I'm going to give you guys a breakdown now. So the other movement is by Peter Joseph, and Peter Joseph. The documentary that I sent you guys, I think, did I send you Zeitgeist Moving Forward, or did I not overload you with that? Because it's another 3-hour documentary about how human beings essentially are supposed to be according to science. So psychology and also biology. The nature versus nurture argument is irrelevant, because nurture is obviously more important when it comes to the development of the being. And the most important thing is that people have what they need, especially at adolescence, so they don't develop into the world where they're always constantly feeling that they're unsafe. This can from that spread to other areas of their life where it causes conflict between other people, and ultimately within society there's chaos. Like we have today. There's a lot to go into that. I'm just giving an overview. This is not the specifics. You can ask questions afterwards. But also there's this idea of that all of our decisions would essentially be made through an artificially intelligent program in the center of every city. And that program would be the one that decides through data collection what is the best way to do anything, whether it be allocating food and resources, clothing, entertainment, and so forth to the population. You would essentially do what people claim is a problem, they have a fear of. You wouldn't own much because everything that you need would be essentially rentable and shareable across all people, because it would also last longer. So you wouldn't need to have things that have what's called planned obsolescence. There would always be things that you could share with other people, and then you would just return them. No one would ever have to worry about not having, because everything would be available to everyone according to the resources that are available in that area, and they could be adapted by scientists and engineers to make sure that everyone has what they need accordingly, with the help of this artificially intelligent machine learning, apparatus of some kind to make those decisions for us. People would be more involved in a direct democracy, but not in terms of what we do with, for example, resources, because the computer would decide that and engineers and scientists would decide that, not people who have no idea what engineers and scientists have access to the data and understanding of those different types of data sets. So that's essentially the overview of how you would do this. And it could have been done in the 70s, you're right. He gave the most intelligent response on the, I think it was, oh my gosh, I can't remember his, come on, I can't think of it right now, but Larry, I can't remember his name now. He died. The old OG CNN reporter who was always all over the net at one point. I can't think of his name right now. Larry King?
Oh, Larry King.
Yeah. So he gave an entire talk on that. I can send it to you guys tonight so you can have access to that too. It laid it out. It laid everything out, specifically how he would do it and what it would look like. There's a lot. I've read the articles, I've read the books, I've listened to the talks for over 2 decades now. I'm 30. Shoot. 15 years, not 2 decades. So wait, how old am I? 35. Shoot. Maybe it was 20 years. Whatever. Either way,
you're still young, man.
Yeah, it's a very, if I were to advocate for anything in this world, it would be that. And I can't imagine why anybody wouldn't, because this is a way of life that would improve life for all of us. There would be no countries and nations, and it would just be one world. And so
how about the techno-terrestrial aspect of this with the central intelligent machine?
We went off on religion and trans debate. That was so. Let's talk about the techno-terrestrial.
That's kind of scary. That would be scary. That's the only part that would be scary to me.
Well, there's no integration with technology. There is no transhumanism involved in this at all. None.
If I could have it my way, it wouldn't be a computer running anything. We would literally have God or the higher consciousness or the whoever come down and merge with us, because we have finally evolved to that state where we can have that peace on here. I know I'm speaking kind of like crazy, but for me it would be more like that if I could have it my way.
What do you mean? That's what this Zeitgeist movement, the Venus Project looks like to you? No,
if I could have my perfect utopia, I would have it very similar to how that guy described it, where we merge with Earth and we're very resourceful. We use technology for the betterment of the world, but then we don't need some computer telling us what to do. The higher beings now come and live on this utopia with us, and then we expand our knowledge the way God intended. And just that to me would be the ultimate.
Peanut, you do realize that the ultimate, there is according to the Bible, there will be some savior that comes down to earth, showing signs and wonders, proving to be the savior of humanity, and will give us 1,000 years of peace. Momska talked about that. And what if it is these beings, right? We're here to help you. We're here to save you. We're here to bring peace on earth. You would be literally giving yourself up to Satan. Remember, even if you could, even if the elect can.
What if that wasn't Satan? What if that was God?
We would know. There would be no
that
confusion.
Christ is going to come and save us with everything, and we're all gonna. He'll have this wonderful technology and perform all these wonderful miracles and save people, and everyone's gonna think it's God.
Yeah.
So who's the good one? I'm sorry. He's gonna come and save you from that.
It's a trick, bro. The whole point is that it's a trick. Yeah, the point is that.
What's the trick part? What's the trick part?
The trick is that he's gonna do things that make you sell your soul, essentially.
And he's gonna gather in the last amount of souls he can. That's just what it says.
Specifically, people that believe in Christ will be killed. I think that there's a pretty clear distinction between God and if there was an Antichrist, right? We wouldn't be like, man, I wonder if it's God killing all these Christians.
Some people believe we're going to be raptured before that, and they're all
it's so crazy because it's so like it's such a polarizing topic. This I noticed, but what if this being that gave you all of this said, "Yeah, Jesus is great as well."
Huh?
What if that happened? What if
it wouldn't change anything? It wouldn't change anything.
If he said what?
Jesus is also
said Jesus is great. Jesus is awesome, and I believe like if it was like saying, yeah, Jesus is a part of the equation, and Jesus is great. Like there's nothing wrong with Jesus. There's nothing wrong with your previous belief system. I'm not saying anything about Jesus.
If I remember correctly, the main thing that he will enforce on everyone is for him to be worshipped and forget what you know. I'm your God now.
Yeah, which is exactly what
that's what the Antichrist will be. So that wouldn't be the Antichrist then.
No.
So would you in that case go along with that program if it wasn't the Antichrist but gave you everything that?
I would have to probably refer back to the scripture and see what I would find, but the answer that comes to my mind right now is if he's starting to talk about introducing chips into your arm or on the forehead, or if it's like these specific signs, then I would say
then
no.
You would say no.
If I don't see the signs that it's Satan or anything that God warned against, then hopefully it will be for the betterment of humanity.
And you're open to that, though, right?
If it's not what God
wasn't. Right, if it wasn't like things in the Bible that made you say, nope, this is the Antichrist, I'm not doing it. Like, if there was this blissful state that we could get to without implanting things in our foreheads or on our right hand, then you'd probably say, yeah, this is a good thing, right?
You would sure hope, yeah, I would sure hope so.
That's where I'm at with that, too.
Yeah.
Stephen Bassett said he doesn't care if it's the Antichrist or not, as he just wants the aliens to come down and save us from ourselves. I mean, my concern is that, well, it doesn't matter. I would say this much: I personally would not be okay with any non-human intelligence coming down here, telling me that they are the saviors of humanity. Screw that. I'm not gonna, because I can't go with that for many reasons. But I mean, even if I were to just take the Christian angle, there's a concern. But even if I weren't to take the Christian angle and just take the angle of humanity, why I thought they were non-intervention. Like people are like, this isn't. We want to let you guys destroy yourself for thousands of years, but now we're gonna save you? Nah, dude. You gotta give me something better than that, and I don't think that anything being can convince me that they've been watching us suffer this much and just so happen to now come and help us. What would be the consequence? I need to make sure. So, for example, if an extraterrestrial race came down here and they look like reptilians or Zeta Reticulans or tall whites, they're like, hey, you know, we actually been watching you guys and we feel really bad for you. We want to help you, and they're like, but we gotta. And this is what's. I mean, I perceive this as being a likely scenario, that they do show themselves and tell us that they're here to help us, but that they have to run this world because we can't do it. I mean, look at what we're doing to them. Why would you not want something else that has a higher intelligence and has a better understanding of the nature of reality and science to run things when they can make it better for us? Why would you not? I think you would be a fool to not.
And when you say run things, what exactly are we talking about? Like healthcare, like educational system? What are we talking about?
Forget about a government. I mean, like a literal ruler of this world, the whole world, a unified one world kind of government, if you will, but not government. Call it something else, maybe. To unify the world and to put them under one rule, and that rule is that of the non-human intelligence, because that non-human intelligence is promising something good for us. And by the way,
and make everything better for us.
Yeah, and they do make everything better for us too. They will.
So
right?
So basically, it's just you're just giving out one form of control for another, except that the new form of control has better stuff for you in it. Because right now
isn't that what you're advocating for? You're advocating for giving up?
What I'm saying is like right now with government the way it is, you have shitty healthcare. I'm sorry, you have bad healthcare, you have bad this, bad that. We have poverty, we have all these problems that's going on, and a new system comes into effect saying, all right, so we're going to take control, but we're going to make sure that you guys don't worry about your healthcare. We're going to make sure that everybody's fed, everybody's good, and you're not okay with that.
No, because I think that humans, because who are these people? Where do they come from? And why have they been so elusive for all this time? Why now? What's their plan? They've clearly been planning something. Whatever it is.
I get your skepticism, but I'm just saying, you would not Okay.
I would be more skeptical
What's
of
weird
them
to
than
me
the
is
government, and I'm skeptical
what's
of the
weird
government.
to me is that like the people that you know have been doing this to your entire life for centuries, for
who have been doing what to me?
For governments have been doing this to people for centuries, and
Yeah,
you
well
know
aware.
what they do. Like you're very
I'm
well.
well aware. I'm keenly aware. What does
So
this have
exactly.
to do
So
with anything? What do you mean?
my thing is this: though, you know the evils that they present, and you know that they can't get the job done, and you're paying them taxes, and there's like, yeah,
you guys literally
scrutinize
sat
them
here and
there.
told me. You all literally sat here and told me that we need to have boots on the ground efforts to investigate this phenomenon. Not trust the government, but now you're telling me that.
Wait, can I just finish my thought though? What's the difference for you? Why is it that after so many instances of bad faith that the government that you believe in has performed bad faith, why do you give them so much more credibility, or like you're willing to stay under their system?
Because it's the
rather
devil,
than
because it's the devil that I know.
Well,
you understand?
It's the devil that you know. That's interesting. So you would rather be able to understand, like you would rather be able to trust something even though you don't trust
I can
it because
beat
you
up.
understand
I can
the nature
beat
of
up.
it.
Listen to me. I can beat up an old dusty president of the United States of America. All right. I can't fight someone that can paralyze my mind and body, control my consciousness, and make me see things that are not there. Right? I can't fight that. Like, how do I? What do you mean?
My friend,
if
all
they
it
ever
takes
go
is
rogue,
three people
if one of them ever goes rogue and says, you know what,
to knock your door down and like hold you down, forget paralyzation by
you're right.
mental
You're
control.
right.
They
But
can
there
do the
are
same
more
thing.
of us than them, and we can win that fight. However, there are the aliens. We don't even know how many of them there are, but we do know their capabilities. At least some of them. We don't even know what they're fully capable of, and what we do know is overwhelmingly powerful.
And they're willing to feed you, and they're willing to take care of your health, and they're willing to give you everything that your current government can't give you. They're willing to teach you everything that you want to know.
So if the devil took me to say a mountain and said,
This is
"Oh,
not
this
the
is
devil,
yours,"
though.
if you I'm just saying. Okay, if anybody took me to a mountain and said, "Hey, listen, you can have all of this," what's the catch?
Why
what's
mountain?
the catch? I'm obviously
because it's built.
I'm obviously joking. Like I'm.
We're talking about you're talking about a very specific instance of the devil giving
clearly
Jesus everything that he wanted to. Right.
Clearly,
but this is not that.
We don't. Again, we don't. You're presenting a hypothetical that says that there's a being. Let's say that the aliens that we have today, right? Let's say that a new alien came here and tried to tell me, an alien we've never heard of, one that looks like, I don't know, this is deer right here. There are deer aliens, and they emanate light from them, and they're all conscious, and they talk into your head. And like, listen, we're not those Zeta Reticulans. We're not the Greys. We're the Deerions, and we're here to help you, right? What's the catch? Why do you want to help us? What are you here for? What's your purpose of being here? Oh, we can't answer that. Well, if they can't answer, like, we need to question that.
What if they answered it? What if they answered it?
To my satisfaction?
Yeah.
We can talk. We can talk, fam.
Okay.
If I don't have to give anything, if I don't have to give anything, like for example, if there was a sentient race of dogs that came out of the mountains of anywhere and said, hey, you know, we've been trying to fix y'all problems like privately, but it's just not working. We're gonna do it now, and you're like, what's the catch? You're like, nothing. You just enjoy. Like, okay. I mean, what's the problem? What difference would it make if the government did it? There is no difference to me. If you're talking about that, then yeah, because there's no consequence, there's no quid pro quo there. There's just like enjoy the benefits of just being alive. However,
and do you not see a possibility that can exist
with the phenomena we have today? No, of course not. That's not how it's displaying itself. It's not displaying itself as some like benevolent, non-interventionist being that wants to help. That's not what it's doing. It has to do like, you know what I mean? Like you have to do that to. You haven't done that to show me that I have nothing to worry about. So, no, I mean, if I see that and I get those answers and we get that communication and everybody does, not just me. If I have that experience on my own, I'd be like, man, I'm going crazy. But if everybody's having the experience and everybody gets to it, like you can't just sit in a town hall with an alien and they tell you what to do. You got to go to a soothsayer, so to speak. Stephen Greer, go to his CE5 events for $5,000. You don't get to talk to a gray alien and they tell you exactly what's going on. You gotta have a dream about it. It's elusive. You gotta
maybe you remember, maybe you like that.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. That's not how it's presenting itself. Is what I'm saying. So why would I not accept it? Because for thousands of years they've done everything from say that they're gods, they're different gods, to they're here to help us, to the everything else. So why would I do that? Why would I believe that? You understand? Like by the nature of what it's actually doing, no, I would not accept it.
It's interesting because religion has the same properties. Like any religion.
I mean, like I said, everybody eats
if you don't
food,
believe
so
in
Hitler,
us,
me and Hitler eat food, so are we the same? I mean, you could say that, you could draw that connection, but is it a direct link between ideologies? No.
I'm gonna go back to the question: how many people has God killed in the Bible versus the deceiver or whatever?
Let's say that there was
Satan.
let's say that there was a group of people that were
flood.
going around, let's say there was
Talking about.
Yeah, let's say there was a group of people that were going around eating people, right? Literally eating them. And they were doing it, they were children, women, everybody, just eating people. And then God said, I'm going to wipe those people out because they're not going to change. They're going to keep eating people, and eventually they'll just eat everybody until they're the only ones left. And God destroyed them.
That's not what that was. But that's not how that.
No, what happened was that those people were doing things like R-wording and pillaging the Jewish population.
That was definitely not the whole of the world,
bro. There was an outbreak.
And Noah was not the only righteous person on this world, right? It could have been
one
righteous.
According to the Bible, right? I mean, do I know that for
use
a
some
fact?
critical thinking here, right?
I just said I wasn't there. I don't know. But what I do know.
My point is that a lot of people died because of what happened, because of something that he unleashed. Not only in that instance, but he turned cities into like cinder, like literally, right?
For homosexuality and sin.
There you go.
Yeah.
Boom. So he's killed a lot more people.
I mean, what did they want
than the devil ever has in the Bible, and the devil is the deceiver.
Oh, bro.
So it's kind of interesting.
Strange.
So when you use
things like
when you're talking about abductions and you're talking about the R word, you're not okay with them doing it, but you're okay with the benevolent God that you.
If I heard that God was R-wording people, I would not be okay with it. I would be asking myself.
So, our word is better than murder. Okay.
No, dude, you are. This is
that's what I'm saying.
No, you're mischaracterizing, and I don't know if you're doing it on purpose.
I'm mischaracterizing who though?
Frustration with the.
I don't. I'm just asking because I'm using the same.
Like the Bible does mention God killing people, like in Exodus and everything. But I don't deny that at all.
No, neither do I.
But it's also like if you read the whole Bible, it's implied that Satan's literally, he's getting all the souls like that didn't turn to God. He's in turn, like, even if he's not directly killing them, he's doing something worse than God will ever do. And if God is killing us, then it's I'm not speaking for everyone here. I'm speaking for me. Like, if God saw fit to strike me down because I was not fit, then I'm like, okay, I submit. Yes, God. That's basically how it is for me.
And that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is exactly that.
Say that again.
Is that because it's God, and because you believe like God to be like your highest form of power that you give all of yourself to, even in this life or after, then it's okay for this being to kill, because you know that there is a better purpose, right?
Okay, so
there's a better purpose.
I gotta say this. If what you're doing is it's unfortunate because it is a way of distorting the perception of the actual argument. What you're saying, if it were the way that you're saying it, it would be terrible. If God was going around killing people, that would be terrible. Like, what for? Why are you killing?
Did he? But he did. This is like in the Bible.
But see,
had
you're
a
missing.
real reason to
yeah,
it,
this is
though.
what I mean. You're doing this.
Okay, so if the aliens were abducting people and performing surgical procedures on them for the betterment of humankind because they loved us, then it would be okay. This is my argument.
Okay, so again, if
yes or no, would it be okay?
If they were just performing surgical procedures and healing them?
No, hold on. If that's all they were doing, well, yeah. I mean, absolutely, because they're not hurting anybody.
So abducting and performing surgical procedures against the will of the participants.
Bro, if we would be okay in that case? that would be a logical, an obvious logical. For example, if aliens were abducting people and then healing them and not giving them any answers, but they lived a better life, I don't care. Take me to your leader, right? But that's not what they're doing.
If they're impregnating them, how about if they're
That's
impregnating
not right.
them?
No, dude, that's not right. No.
So
no.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. If they told you that it's betterment for humanity in the long run,
if they told us,
and that
yes.
we're doing this,
yeah, of course, yeah.
then you would be okay with it.
Heck yeah, man. But they're not
for
doing
those people.
That. They're not doing
for those people. So that's the only part that you have a problem with. It's not the abduction. It's not if they. Okay, so if they came to the Earth tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if they came to the Earth tomorrow and said the whole reason that we've been doing this is because we believe that you're genetically inclined to, go through whatever, and we don't want that for you. We're trying to actually stop diseases for all of humanity.
Nah, dude.
Then you would be okay with it?
No way. No way.
Oh, that's what I'm saying is that...
Why, though? You have to ask yourself, because what you're doing is you're stopping at that...
Why then for God? Do you not understand the argument that I'm trying to make? You take God at his word because he's God.
No, dude.
Right?
No. Hold on.
You know?
Hold on. I have been convinced by the words of the Bible and by obviously my experience that this is, to me, this is the better way to live my life. And you want to talk about gambles, right? It's a better gamble. To be honest, it is the best gamble. What do you mean? I gotta love people? Okay, what am I losing? Nothing? Okay, well,
the aliens
then what's the problem?
You not love people.
No, hold on. Because if they were only doing that, okay, that's not what they're doing, my guy. You're trying to exclude what's happening and saying what if.
My guy, exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you is that you're excluding all of the bad things that God has done historically in the Bible, and then saying that. Well, then what? Then I don't get it. There's literally nothing different.
You're adding context that isn't there for the aliens, whereas I'm stating context that is there that you're excluding for God. Do you understand how you're being unfair?
This is a hypothetical.
I know, hypothetical. And I'm agreeing with the hypothetical, but that's not what's happening. You understand? Like, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if aliens...
What is not happening exactly?
The aliens are not coming down here healing people and only healing people, and then telling them why they're doing it. They're coming down here, they're abducting people against their will, they're conducting painful medical experiments without their permission, they're sneaking into their bedroom, they're doing this to children, including giving them, again, babies without any explanation, and they're doing it in a clandestine, secret, elusive way, and they're also lying about their intentions and what they're doing and why they're here to different people. They're telling different stories. On top of that, they're not telling the whole world about what they're doing. They're not telling us anything. They're telling us different things across the world. That is by its nature bad because they're lying, they're elusive, and they're deceptive. Why would that be good? Why would you trust them to come down now? Let's say we ignore all of that. Let
me just ask you all of that, everything that you just said. You are painting these people. You're painting this race of beings as
only the ones that are
all of the things that you've described.
Only the ones that are doing that stuff. The ones that are doing that stuff, yeah.
Fine. So I'm saying, why do you not judge the person? Why do you not judge God with the same object things that you're talking about? God that I believe God has killed people.
Yeah, the God that I believe did these things for a purpose, and He stated that purpose. The aliens ain't stated nothing. They're lying to people and deceiving them. God didn't say, "Hey, I did it." He didn't tell one group of people, "Hey, I did it because I love you," and another group of people, "Hey, I did it because the corn wasn't growing right," and another group of people, "Oh, I did it because you guys believe in a pagan god," and another group, that's what aliens are doing. God didn't do that. It is one word, one thing. It's consistent among all.
So the only thing God has done is explain why He did it, right? That's the difference.
That is not the only difference. It is just one. That's one thing on top of others. What is the benefit of, for example, why would you wipe out an entire nation of people? Well, let's put it this way. In Sodom and Gomorrah, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is that of a man named Lot and his wife and daughters in a place where there was so much rampant, chaos and sin that includes not just sexuality, but violence as well, man. Like obsessive violence. And it shows itself in the presence of the angels. The angels came, by the way, looked like humans. In case anybody doesn't know, read it. They looked like people, and then the people that saw the angels said, "Let us have sex with these men." They wanted to rape those men, the angels that wanted to look like men. And Lot offered his daughters, and they said, "Nope, we want to rape those men." That is a obvious. Okay, those people were crazy. Would you want to live there? Do you think they would be like God didn't just kill people for no reason? There was a purpose. In terms of the beginning, whenever there was this intermixing of, again, the sons of God, the daughters of man, created a hybrid race of beings called the Nephilim. There was all.
That's different.
Again,
that's not what I'm talking about, though. You're talking about a completely different thing. You're talking about a city wrought with violence and rape, right?
Yeah, you mentioned it, so I'm just giving you.
Right. So if the aliens tomorrow came and said, "You guys are really bad, and we're gonna blow you up because you guys are really evil and bad," and that's what you're saying. That's what you're.
I would say if the aliens came down here and said that to us. Yeah. I would say that's messed up. I mean, there's no hope then, right? Does God give you a hope, a chance for something different? Does He give us a choice?
Did He give you the choice when He blew up your city? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yes,
I'm just
Lot begged for a chance, and God gave it to him.
Right,
down to even one person being good in that city. And
my friend, that's what I'm saying. If they came down to Vegas, New York, whatever evil city that you can think of in your mind, and they came down and said the same exact thing that God is saying, right? You'd be okay with them blowing up a whole city? Because that's what God did.
Bro.
Would you be okay with that?
No, because I wouldn't be okay with...
Because it's aliens and it's not God.
Why would I? But do you understand the distinction between aliens and God?
Does it make a difference who does it? Like,
okay,
if it's the same
let's
thing?
put it this way: if God is the creator of all things, like all of the things, the aliens and all, right? If God's created all these things, and God is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, right? All knowing, all powerful, and it always existed. Okay, this is God we're talking about. God's intention of even creating us was for the purpose of having union with Him, connection with Him. We ruined that. Everybody, why did God? He gave us a choice. We chose to ruin that. Okay, I understand that concept. Now, do I think that we should have been given the choice? I mean, that is up for debate, but God gave us the choice. I understand the idea of creating something, whether it be an automaton versus having a real relationship with a person that has choices. That love is better. We would say the same. Having a love robot is not the same thing as having a love person, right? I would say so. Most people would say the same, that the relationship is more fruitful and it's better, it's more valuable. Now, if God, we ruin that, and as a consequence, we suffer from everything from death to all a myriad of different kinds of suffering. If God decides that because of what we're doing, our actions, because of our choices, that we should be punished for those choices, who am I to say whether or not God's making the right decision or not, right? Who am I to say that? That's what I believe. Do you need to believe that? No. But you're asking me about, I mean, we can go to the logic. If an alien race decides that, they're not God. It'd be the same thing.
If the aliens came down, said, we are your precursors, we are what made you what you are, and gave you beyond a...
I'm gonna entertain this
gave
if
you
it's true.
Complete...
Okay?
But this is not. I'm just telling you. This is like if they said we are your creators, because this is not just data point that I'm just making up. This is
alleged
pertaining to.
This is what's been alleged.
Yeah. All right. So let's say that was the case, and the aliens were your creators in essence, the same way that you think your God is. Would that not give them the same right as your God to destroy a city?
I mean, yeah. If that's true, let's just suspend all other things. If that's true, yes. What place do I have to say? Look at what we've done with this planet. What place do I have to say? I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't prefer it. But like, what place do I have to say?
Then you're right. So then you have to. Then you're treating both God and the aliens with the same parameters that you would like one. And I respect that. I get that, and I totally respect that when you say if God destroys it is the same as if aliens destroy it. Because
if it's true, if it's true that they made us, then yeah. I feel like it would be wrong, but that's just my feeling. And if I'm the created thing, then I don't even have the same perspective.
To live, is that what you're saying?
I didn't. That's why would you make that leap? That is a strange.
No, because you're saying that it's okay. It's not even a leap. You're saying that it's okay.
No, you're
if God
asking
does it
me.
or if the aliens do it.
You're asking me
okay
if I
with that?
believe we have a right to live, versus whether or not something that created us has a right to.
Based on
destroy us.
those assumptions,
That is
obviously.
that is a far different. Do I think I have a right to live? Yeah. Do I
Under
think
those
that
under the
matters?
same
Do I think that
circumstances.
matters to these beings? No. Right? Like for example, if I were to go to God right now, after all the things I've done, and say, God, I feel like I should get another chance, and God says, I gave you 1 billion of them. What right? I mean, I feel that way because I don't want to be punished for all of the bad things I've done.
Right.
But like, what? That's I have to deal with that. There's something I accept. If aliens came down here and they are our creators, and they are,
So you would accept God's judgment, right?
I would have what? What am I gonna
You
do?
would
Fight
accept-
God?
No, not fight, but would you run?
How am I gonna run?
Would you run? Like, would you
Bro,
try to get away
bro,
from
I
your
can't.
fate?
No.
Would you-
I'd be like, take me.
I would just have to accept what my
Easy.
fate is, man. I would have no choice. I mean, I'm not gonna be able. You can't run from. What are you gonna run from? Where am I gonna run?
I mean, you can't run from the aliens either.
You can sure try.
You can try.
I mean, you can try to run from God too. Well, come
Exactly.
on.
I mean, the aliens are not gods, dude. They are still. They crash. Their ships crash. They die.
Do you think?
According to
do you
the,
think there's a place in this world that you can hide from an alien if they can walk through walls?
I don't know. I know that there are ways to repel them according to certain information.
Are you gonna wear a magnet around your neck?
What?
Are you gonna like wear a magnet, something magnetic around your like?
Well,
what are you
isn't
gonna do?
Dolly like of the belief like if you don't want it and you truly, truly, truly mean it within you, not just being like I don't want it, like actually meaning it, then the good ones will leave you alone for the most part, and you shouldn't be bothered by anything. Like that's like
I've
one
heard
of the
that.
ways, right?
I've heard that from people on both sides of this debate. That if you
Not
were
at least
to
works with
resist
like
them,
demons
yeah.
and evil spirits. I don't know if that would work with aliens.
No,
but I
I've
know
heard
it works
that. I've heard that if you call out the name of Jesus to an alien, they'll leave you alone. I've also heard that if you
I've
call
heard
out the
that
name
too.
of other religions, it does the same thing. It's about. I've heard that you can resist them, no matter what religion you're from. I've heard from again both sides of the aisle, meaning those who believe the aliens are here to help us and the otherwise, that you can resist them from everybody that's involved with this research. So
Yeah.
I mean, I
You can, but not everybody can. Like,
Yeah,
it's
clearly.
really hard.
Yeah.
well, I mean, not
Like,
everybody
it's really
does.
hard.
Not everybody
People
does.
get abducted and
Let's-
everything.
Yeah, like could you fight your way out of a robbery? Yeah, you could. Right? You can escape, but not everybody does. That's a difference. There's a distinction there. You can't. Again, please do
Especially if you're like being paralyzed or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Like, can you fight God? Well, no, because no one can fight God. Can you fight an alien? I've heard people punch them. If you believe in any of it, then the answer is yes, you can fight aliens. No, you cannot fight God. I've heard
You
people
don't think
wrestle.
you can fight God?
There's nothing in existence that suggests that you can fight the creator of all things.
Well,
Nothing.
biblically, that's not true.
You can try to resist, but it's futile. Like,
Well,
for example,
that's
I can
biblically
try
not
to
true
punch.
because there was a war in heaven. If there was a war in heaven, that would imply that there's
Yeah.
opposition, and if there's opposition, that means there's something that can fight it.
Okay, so to your point, you can fight God, but it would be futile.
Right.
Because what happened?
Okay, I'm fine, and you can
Yeah.
fight the aliens, but it'd be futile.
No, that's okay. So that's not true because people have fought them and have resisted them and have escaped their grip. It is again, we're if we're gonna believe in any of it, that is like if we're gonna believe any of it, it's true that you can resist. And you can, not just by fighting them and losing, you can fight and win against these intelligences. It is well known within ufology that you can resist them. I mean, Dolly is somebody that you agree with. She even says that you can resist them.
I loved her message. I'm not saying I believe every aspect of what she said, and neither do you, right?
No, but I can respect her perspective. I believe that she has had her experiences. I just don't trust. I don't trust the aliens. Because they're only doing it. Why only certain people? Do I have a chance? Does everybody in the world have a chance to know the truth about these aliens? Is there an alien text that tells us about what they're here for and why what they're doing? And is it consistent with what we're seeing? No. So like to me,
I don't know.
you know, bro. To me, it's like this. If aliens are here, which here we talk about this, we believe they are, then what is the nature of their presence on this planet? We know that it's diverse. We also know that there are multiple different interpretations. It's ambiguous. We also know that if they wanted to, they could appear on the White House lawn. We know that they outmatch us by, if not thousands, millions of years. We know that we'll never be able to fully, contend with them technologically at the very least. We also know that it might not even be technology. It might be that they're just appearing as technology, and there's something far more exotic than even that, according to people that are involved with the research behind this, directly, first-hand witnesses. We also know, there's a lot of things we know about the nature of these beings, right? We know. But the most important thing that we know about them, in my opinion, and I think objectively this is a truth, they're elusive, deceptive, and clandestine in nature. And again, you wouldn't trust a person who's like that, a government who's like that, a power who's like that, but you would for the aliens. Do you not understand how concerning that is? It reminds me of the movie The Mist.
I don't.
Where that one religious person goes, she's a religious nut, and she's like, the mist is here to save us and punish us for what we've done. Well, people are doing the exact same thing now. Oh, you don't know what their intentions are. You have to, they could be good, they could be bad, but we don't know but you're always leaning towards this.
I'm not saying that at all. I didn't say that. I'm not saying that at all. I think you're misunderstanding where
It's possible.
where I'm coming
No,
from.
it's 100% possible.
I'm just saying is that all I was saying is that the governments do the same thing, religion in a lot of cases do the same thing. I'm not saying by any means that I trust the aliens. What I'm suggesting is that the belief systems that we are already incorporated in use the same kind of things, and we believe in them because, like you said, it's the devil I know, and that's pretty much the only reason.
Well, I don't believe in I don't believe in them. I just think that at the moment this is the best we got. But man, I really enjoy these. Personally, I think it's interesting to go through these illogical, conversations to see what's the train of thought behind all of these different things. I do think, however, that some of what I will say that some of what you do, and this is, I don't know if I do this too, and if I ever do, you've got to call me out on it. You're excluding certain data points to fit a specific narrative to make a point. It's if we were to dispel certain data points.
I know, we all do that.
Again, I just...
You were saying we pick and choose.
Yes.
We all have to do that to come to certain hypotheses.
I just want to be clear that I think that it's important that how we pick and choose be recognized. And so a lot of what I do is I try to give a logic behind why I pick and I choose versus just picking and choosing arbitrarily. Because what I think most people do is they arbitrarily pick and choose because anything is possible. Anything is up for grabs because we don't know. I do not believe that. I believe that there are ways to know what is more likely than to be more arbitrary about our decision-making process. Do you understand what I mean by that? I hope that makes sense.
Oh, I understand where you're coming from. I totally get that. I'm with you.
Yeah. Do you think that you base your picking and choosing off of what is most likely, or do you think you base it off of what is arbitrarily possible? Meaning that anything could be possible, and since we don't know, how do we know that anything is all these things aren't all equally relevant?
It's not the possibility of arbitrary possible, but when I weigh my data points, I don't come to a single conclusion with those data points. I try to come to multiple different ones rather than saying, oh, okay, this all leads to X. I say with the data points that I have at my side, with what I can study about what I have, I'm going to make the assertion of X, Y, and Z. But that does not mean that I'm going to go with the whole freaking alphabet. I'm not going to say, oh, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way up to, exist. I'm not doing that. I'm basically stating which ones would make the most sense to me, given what I have. And that's all I can really do.
I think that's fair. I will say this much on a final note. These conversations are the highlight of my time on here. And Peanut, I really appreciate that, especially whenever I'm lacking in some of my descriptions here, that you help, You helped me with that. Thank you for that, biblically, especially. I will say on a final note to you specifically there, meaning I think that there is, in my opinion, there is something about your affinity towards perspectives that reject certain data points versus opinions that take those data points into consideration and lead towards what you can logically suggest. So an example, to be clear, are aliens good or bad? We don't know, right? We don't know. But if we were to weigh the nature of the phenomena, it would be unequivocally true that there is more leaning towards not beneficial to humanity than beneficial to humanity. Does that mean that that's true? We don't know. But the reason why I lean towards more of a skeptical narrative towards the positive is because by its nature, if we were to look at anything in life and make any assumptions about anything at all, we would say that it is unequivocally true that the nature of this phenomena is not in our benefit. If a person does the things that we're seeing this phenomena doing, we would never accept them into our life or our children's life or our community, for example. We would reject them, if not hunt them down, to get them out of our community. But we accept the phenomena. I don't think that's right, because humans make mistakes too, up to a point. And I think that when it comes to humans being as complex as we are, why do we accept the complexity of an unknown, that a complexity of which we do not know, versus trying to be more compassionate and empathetic towards the complexity of a being that we do know, and that is us. That's my concern. That's my concern.
Okay.
You know, dirty Mexicans, but you know, aliens are okay because we don't know what they're about. That's my not you, by the way, not you.
Definitely not me.
No. That's I use that to be very explicit and facetious. There are people who say that we're bad, therefore. But how do we treat the bad in our society? So, like, you understand? Like, we're not even anthropomorphizing this, because if we anthropomorphized it, we would say aliens are terrible because look at what they're doing. I'm not even doing that. What I'm saying is that I want these things to be recognized as not good, because if we recognize them as benign, we leave ourselves vulnerable to what we in our society would be a psychopathic serial killer. Like they're this.
100%.
I
don't disagree with that.
Yeah, that's my concern with some of this. Man, these are fantastic, man. You guys are awesome. You guys.
No, man, you're awesome.
No, man, you're freaking awesome, man. No, you, man. You, man. That's how they. All right, guys. I gotta get. We went way over time on this one. Oh my gosh. All right, y'all. All right. I'm gonna close out. GG, fam. Peanut, thank you for being here again and enduring all of our crap, Peanut. Because we get crazy here sometimes. We get crazy with these conversations. But
always happy to be here.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Catch you later, man.
All
Catch
right,
you later,
take
Peanut.
it easy, all.
Bye, Peanut.
Bye.
Later, guys.
Later.
Man, you know, it's so much better to have these conversations with somebody. By the way, Twitch, I could not see anybody's chat. I just close out the game and I can see the chat now. I'm sorry, I couldn't. Whiplash, you should have DM'd me or something. Maybe you did. I don't know if you did or not. I don't think I got a DM. I can't see, for some reason, my Twitch chat is not showing up live. I don't know why. But Slace Mage, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It's good to have you here. And with that, my friends, I want to say thank you to everybody being here. I want to say thank you for having the conversation, being engaged in the chat. If you can, again, please support the channel by hitting that GoFundMe, donate to the GoFundMe, because I put a lot of work into this show, put a lot of work into this. You know, even again, the guests here put a lot of work into it because they're here for 4+ hours sometimes. But again, I appreciate you. I love you. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Getting ready for Starfield. You know what I'm saying? Stay curious. Push back against all narratives. Because when you find out the truth, sometimes that truth changes with more information. When you're challenged, when that truth is challenged, new truths are made. Discovered, I should say. And with that, my friends, I'm out of here. Catch y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place. Dr. Doors out.